Chapter 81. No, hurry up, send a few more people. Ling Xiaotian hurriedly shouted when he saw that the protective wall was about to break. A few more masters of the Ling family jumped out and tried their best to maintain the protective wall, which prevented the protective wall from falling apart. If this terrifying Gang Qi really hit the surrounding disciples, the disciples of the 5th level of the martial vein would be seriously injured. He actually blocked it. This time, even Ling Xiaotian was taken aback. He had already overestimated Ling Xiao, but he really did not expect that Ling Xiao could actually block Ling Fifen's spear. No, not only blocked it. When the flame dissipated, Ling Fifen still retreated a few steps. The long spear in his hand was shaking. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage again. And Ling Xiao was still standing in the same place. But to be honest, this time Ling Xiao was not relaxed. He forcibly used the strength of the 4th level of the martial vein to fight with Ling Fifen, but the strange purple flame of the opponent actually invaded his body. Even though he practiced the 9 transformation golden body technique and could not be instantly burned by the flame, but he could not extinguish the purple flame. Fortunately, a clear stream from the mountain and river martial spirit seeped out. It should be the cold air of the cold pool golden liquid that he put in the mountain and river martial spirit before. So the purple flame was extinguished. This is impossible. How could this be? Ling Fifen could not believe the scene in front of him. He had taken out his long spear, but the opponent was still not defeated. No, he did not even move from the original place. Was this possible? Kill! Ling Fifen absolutely could not tolerate this situation. Just now, he used 80% of his strength and still did not use his full strength. That was because he felt that it was enough to defeat Ling Xiao. But the result was very unexpected. This time, he did not intend to hold back. Not at all. 10% success, Purple Flame Infinite Spear. The same move, but the attack under the full strength was obviously much stronger than before. When many people in the audience were sweating for Ling Xiao actually laughed. Is he stupid? Why is he laughing? Boom! The next moment, people finally knew why Ling Xiao laughed. 5th level of the martial vein. Clan leader Ling Xiaotian, the head judge, and many other higher-ups of the Ling family were shocked. Ling Xiao was actually hiding his strength just now, just when everyone thought that he had exhausted all of his strength. He actually gave everyone a huge shock. This brat, I'm really convinced. Ling Yiheng shook his head with a wry smile. He now felt that if Ling Fifen was a genius, then Ling Xiao was simply a monster. The monstrous genius of the Ling family. They were all very excited. Ling Xiao was actually quite excited. He had finally met an opponent that he had to use the 5th level of the martial vein to defeat. How could he not be excited? It could be said that Ling Fifen's attack was very powerful. Moreover, it was one move after another, and each move was very terrifying. Other than Ling Xiaotian and a few elders, almost no one present had the confidence to take such an attack head-on. However, on the battle stage, a black shadow darted here, and there like an afterimage. As for the other person, he stood there unmoving like a mountain. No matter how crazily you attacked, no matter how your flames exploded, his golden body was completely unbreakable. Furthermore, the golden light seemed to be becoming more and more resplendent. This is really a ghost. Yes, what a terrifying defensive martial art. If this goes on, won't he be invincible? If we can't break his defense, then we can't defeat him. This should be the strongest attack against the strongest defense. Yes, it must be. Hearing these people's words, Ling Xiao felt a little funny. The strongest attack. I haven't made a move yet. A quarter of an hour passed. Ling Xiao's mind was a little chaotic. Before, Ling Fifen had said that if he stood still and gave him half an hour to fight, he would not be able to touch a hair of Ling Xiao's. At that time, he thought it was a joke. But now, he was really a little panicked. What made him even more depressed was that Ling Xiao seemed to be afraid that he did not know, and deliberately reminded him when the quarter of an hour was up. Half an hour. The battle was still one attack and one defense. Ling Xiao had no intention of fighting back. No way could it be that senior brother Fifan really can't hurt a hair of Ling Xiao in half an hour? This Ling Xiao is too scary. What he said was true. He actually doesn't plan to fight back for half an hour. I think it's about time. Half an hour has passed. I think it's not that he doesn't want to fight back, but that he can't. Under senior brother Fifan's powerful attack, how can he fight back? Although there were still some people who did not believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Ling Xiao, most of them no longer doubted Ling Xiao's strength. To be able to stand there and fight with Ling Fifan for half an hour without hurting a hair, this in itself was a very terrifying ability. On the second seat, Ling Yun, who was originally crazy, actually had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He muttered to himself, "Impossible! This is impossible! How is this possible?" He suddenly shouted, "Ling Fifan, you bastard, what are you playing at? Why aren't you knocking that trash off the stage?" On the other side, Ling 13 was also so angry that he vomited blood. This kid, not only is he not killed, but his strength has also increased tremendously. Why is God so unfair to this kid? He was a little frightened. Now, even if he did it himself, he might not be able to kill Ling Xiao in a short time. The best time to get rid of Ling Xiao had passed. Once Ling Xiao won first place in the finals, the whole Ling family would protect him. At that time, whoever dared to touch Ling Xiao would be the enemy of the whole family. He hated it. Ling Ju was also in a bad mood. He regretted that he did not kill this kid with his own hands. That was why he had grown to this day. 45 minutes. Ling Xiao silently counted the time. He found that Ling Fifan's attack was gradually weakening. Ling Fifan's initial attack was indeed very strong, and he had to be careful to block it, relying on the powerful analysis ability of the mountains and rivers' martial soul. He was invincible. But now Ling Fifan's Gang Chi seemed to be running out, and his moves were getting weaker and weaker. No, he could not underestimate him. Ling Xiao thought of the scene when he was besieged in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. He could not underestimate his opponent until the last moment. After all, Ling Fifan was the #1 genius of the Ling family. He must have other trump cards. Oh my God, an hour has passed. Is it going to end like this? At the referees' table, some of the referees began to worry about Ling Fifan. After all, it would be embarrassing if he lost like this. Humph, do you really think Ling Fifan is that easy to defeat? The reason why I am protecting Ling Fifan is not because of him, but because I think he is worth training. The chief referee snorted and looked at the ring. He still clearly remembered the scene he had seen before. That amazing spear move. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ling Fifan, who was attacking with all his strength, disappeared. He disappeared from the ring. Ling Xiao, you are very good. You should be proud that you have forced me to this point. But when I use my next move, you will definitely bleed. You will either be seriously injured or dead. It is not too late to admit defeat now. Ling Fifan's voice floated in the void. It seemed to come from all directions, and it was impossible to accurately capture his whereabouts. Chapter 82. In the ring, the air seemed to have frozen. Although Ling Fifan's spear was not fast, it had completely sealed off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. The entire spear seemed to be burning up, and the sound of popping could be heard in the air, which made people's scalp tingle. What kind of spear technique is this? How could it be so terrifying? In the spectator stand, Some disciples could not withstand the powerful aura and chose to run away. Yeah, it's like a spear technique from the nine hells. It's full of killing intent. Father, we can't go on like this. Ling Fifan and Ling Xiao are both talents of the Ling family. Losing either one of them will be very bad for the Ling family. Ling, second master, was a little anxious. He could see that Ling Xiao's spear was absolutely terrifying, and it felt like he was going to kill Ling Xiao. So he hurriedly shouted, "Second brother, this is where you are wrong. The result is not out yet, and Ling Xiao has not admitted defeat. How can we stop?" Ling Jiu was the first to object. "That's right, second brother. I know that Ling Xiao is your man, but you can't protect him like this unless he admits defeat." Ling 13 also stood up and said. Ling Xiaotian frowned and asked, "Ling Xiao, are you willing to admit defeat?" "Admit defeat? Thank you for your concern, Patriarch, but there is no need for that." Ling Xiao stared at Ling Fifan. This spear did not make him feel afraid, but rather excited. This kind of battle was more interesting, and it could help him improve. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Ling Xiao did not explain much. Instead, the aura in his body continued to increase, from early stage level 5 martial vein to late stage level 5 martial vein. This scene shocked everyone once again. What kind of heaven and earth treasure did this brat eat? How could he cultivate so fast? Late stage level 5 martial vein. No wonder he is not afraid of Ling Fifan. The head judge's face turned serious. He did not expect Ling Xiao to still have a trump card up his sleeve at this point in time. "Come on, Ling Fifan. Let's see if your spear can hurt me." At this time, Ling Fifan could no longer hear Ling Xiao's voice. He had poured all his energy into this spear. This was an indomitable spear. This was a spear that could cut off all means of retreat. There was no chance to regret. Bang! Finally, the long spear collided with Ling Xiao's hands once more, and two balls of flames soared into the sky. With no other choice, a few more Ling family experts jumped out and defended the defensive wall with all their might. Only then did they manage to prevent the wall from being penetrated. Bang! Ha! Ling Xiao's golden body be broken. Those who were closer to Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the layer of golden light on Ling Xiao's fists had actually been pierced by the tip of the spear. Looks like the strongest attack is the strongest, is it? My God, it has finally ended. Yes, it's a glorious defeat. Defeated? Ling Xiao sneered. It is indeed time to end it. An hour has passed. Next, it is my turn to fight back. Fight back. Hearing his words, the audience was shocked. After all this time, it was not that he did not have the strength to fight back, but that he really wanted to give Ling Fifan an hour to attack. Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Bragging, he must be bragging. His golden body has been broken. What else can he do to fight back? That's right, the 9 transformation golden body technique that he relies on the most is no longer effective. Ha ha ha. This young man has the spirit of not admitting defeat, but it is not good for him to boast. At the judges' table, someone shook his head and laughed. However, at the next moment, they suddenly noticed a strange change on the battlefield. Demon Ox skill, Falling Star Fist. Suddenly, the flames on Ling Xiao's body were extinguished and replaced by a shocking cold air. At that moment, the air around him was frozen. Snow Lotus Chi Art. That's right, he finally used the Snow Lotus Chi Art together with his most powerful attack martial skill, Falling Star Fist. The originally hot falling star turned into a cold falling star, as if a huge ice ball had appeared, and then directly hit the tip of Ling Fifan's spear. The Falling Star Fist, which had reached the perfection stage, was as powerful as a martial skill at the expert stage. coupled with the combination of the top-notch inner force cultivation method Snow Lotus Chi formula, this was simply an explosive attack. Crack! 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 Something strange happened on the battlefield, starting from the tip of the spear. Ling Fifen's long spear was frozen into ice, then the spear shaft, and then Ling Fifen's hand. The purple flames were crazily running around, trying to escape from the attack of the cold air. However, it was useless. Ling Fifen, who had almost exhausted his gang chi, could not provide any help to the purple flames at all. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was still full of energy. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the spectator stand. That is Ling Fifen's grandfather. I heard that Brother Fifen's parents died when he was young, and he was brought up by his grandfather. Yes, and his grandfather is the grand elder of the Ling family. His status is not lower than the patriarch's. Ling Xiao heard these people's discussion, but he could not stop, because he could feel that Ling Fifen's body was still powerful enough to kill him. If he stopped now, Ling Fifen would definitely fight back, and he would be seriously injured if not killed. Therefore, not only did he not stop, but he also sped up his attack. His two fists fiercely hit Ling Fifen's chest directly. Ling Fifen did not fly out. However, his whole body was frozen into ice at that moment, and the ferocious and shocked expression on his face was frozen at that moment. Vile Spawn, this old man told you to stop. Suddenly, a figure rushed directly to the stage, and then hit Ling Xiao with his palm. This was too fast, and no one could react in time, so it was impossible for anyone to save Ling Xiao. However, the palm did not hit Ling Fifen. Ling Xiao had already seen through everything. He stood behind Ling Fifen, looked at the white-haired old man in front of him calmly, and said, "You must be the grand elder of the Ling family. Do you also want to break the rules of this annual competition? Evil creature, you are not allowed to kill people in this annual competition." The old man was angry, but he could do nothing. If he dared to move, Ling Xiao would definitely kill Ling Fifen directly. "Grand Elder, you must be joking. I did not want to kill Ling Fifen," Ling Xiao said calmly, "but Ling Fifen really wanted to kill me just now. Defrost him quickly." Although martial artists in the stage of Gang Chi had strong bodies, and even if they were frozen and could not breathe, they would not die in a short time, but it would still be a big problem after a long time. "I can defrost him, but you have to promise me two things," Ling Xiao said. "Evil creature, you are not qualified to negotiate with me." "Oh, so that's the case. Forget it then. You can defrost him yourself. But don't blame me for not reminding you. I got the cold air from the Dragon Submission mountain range. Other than me, no one else can defrost it. If you don't believe me, you can try." Ling Xiao grinned. Suddenly, he used the soaring cloud steps and flew far away. Chapter 83. That Supreme Elder did not pursue because he was more worried about Ling Fifen. When he walked up to Ling Xiao to no avail, he angrily roared at Ling Xiao, "Bastard, why aren't you coming to save him?" "Supreme Elder, I have said that if you agree to my two conditions, I will save him." Ling Xiao was not stupid. This Supreme Elder did not dare to do anything to him, but if he saved Ling Fifen, then the situation would be different. "Say it." The Supreme Elder's expression changed again and again. Finally, he could only helplessly say, "The first condition is to apologize to me. I am not a bastard. I am a disciple recruited by the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Xiaotian. Moreover, I am the genius disciple who defeated Ling Fifen and took the first place in the Genius Hall." He purposely pushed Ling Xiaotian out with these words so that he could use Ling Xiaotian as a shield. The Supreme Elder's position was high, but he did not have to give Ling Xiaotian face. After all, the patriarch was the one with the highest authority. This old man was angry and said the wrong thing. I should not have called you a bastard. This should be enough, right? Although this apology was not sincere, Ling Xiao did not want to make things too awkward. After all, the Supreme Elder had already apologized. For a grand elder to apologize to an ordinary disciple, this was probably the first time in the history of the Ling family. The second condition is to swear in front of everyone that you will not take revenge on me for personal grudges. Ling Xiao stretched out his second finger and said, No problem. Can we start saving him now? The Supreme Elder was extremely angry, but for Ling Fifan, he could only endure it. This vow made him unable to understand Ling Xiao in the Ling family. However, Ling Xiao could not stay in the Ling family forever, right? Sooner or later, he would find this little bastard and settle the score. Of course, Ling Xiao was still standing far away. He only flicked a stream of earth energy, and the cold air on Ling Fifan's body quickly disappeared. The solid ice also quickly turned into water. Judges, you seem to have not given the result of the punishment. After thawing Ling Fifan, Ling Xiao looked at the judges' table. That's right. That's right. Only then did the referees come back to their senses. Ling Xiao has successfully challenged Ling Fifan and temporarily obtained the first place of the Prodigy Hall. Ling Fifan has temporarily lost his ranking. First place? This was really an accident. Ling Xiao didn't want to challenge Ling Fifan so soon. However, on the one hand, he wanted to humiliate Ling Yun. On the other hand, he really couldn't stand Ling Fifan's arrogant attitude. Another reason was that they were both late, but they were treated differently. Even the referee and the upper echelons of the Ling family mocked and ridiculed him. Therefore, he hoped that he could defeat Ling Fifan as soon as possible to vent his anger. Of course, the most important reason was that he felt that among the disciples of the Ling family, only Ling Fifan could stimulate his potential and force him to use more than 80% of his strength. Other people really couldn't do it. They couldn't achieve the meaning of training. As the referee announced the result, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was shouting and discussing in disbelief. The fact that Ling Xiao defeated Ling Fifan was simply a dark horse. Many people thought of many possibilities, but they didn't think of this possibility. Ling Xiao, the dark horse, was actually a dark horse. From defeating Ling Yihang in the knockout round to becoming the first place of the elite hall, to defeating Ling Fifan in the finals to becoming the first place of the Prodigy Hall. It was really a dark horse. Although the finals were not over yet, others could still challenge Ling Xiao. But to be honest, those who could defeat Ling Fifan were basically invincible among the disciples. This young man, who was only a martial artist of the first level half a month ago, was simply rising like a comet. Ling Xiao clasped his hands towards the second master of the Ling family and Ling Xiaotian. He had to thank these two people. Otherwise, he might not be able to participate in today's competition. After that, he clasped his hands towards the referee and the audience. Needless to say, at least the referee's decision was fair. In the audience, although there weren't as many people who supported him as Ling Fifan, it wasn't that there weren't any. Then he walked over with a smile and sat on the first seat in the first row. Ling Yun, who was sitting next to him, saw Ling Xiao coming over. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This person, who was regarded as trash and not worth mentioning, actually sat in front of him and defeated Ling Fifan, who he dreamed of defeating. Ling Fifan, you trash, you actually lost to this trash. You don't deserve to be my opponent. Ling Yun shouted loudly. At this time, Ling Fifan had gradually recovered. In fact, he was not seriously injured. The main reason was that he had consumed too much energy. He glanced at Ling Yun and said, "Is that so? Then I'll challenge you next. I'll let you know what it means to boast shamelessly. Ling Fifan didn't want to challenge Ling Xiao for the time being. He had a feeling that Ling Xiao didn't show his full strength until the end. This guy was more terrifying than he imagined. He wanted to keep his position in the top 3 first, and then work hard to catch up. Although the following matches were also very exciting, to be honest, with the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Fifan, the audience always felt that something was missing. Ling Yixue challenged the disciple who ranked 8th. Unexpectedly, she made a breakthrough in the battle and turned defeat into victory at the critical moment. Then she challenged the disciple who ranked 7th and still won. However, when she challenged the disciple who ranked 6th, the difficulty was too high. She was seriously injured and finally lost. Ling Yixue had used up all the 5 challenges. If she could maintain the current result, the 7th place would be very good. After all, she was a disciple who was recruited from outside, like Ling Xiao. It was already very impressive that she could reach this level in the situation of shortage of resources. In terms of talent, she probably wouldn't lose to Ling Fifan. As long as there were enough resources, it would be very easy to break into the top 3 in the major competition next year. Ling Yiheng chose to forfeit. It was obvious that he originally wanted to challenge Ling Xiao, but he changed his mind at the last minute and looked at Ling Yun. The reason why he forfeited this round was that he wanted to observe Ling Yun's battle and then challenge him. In the 3rd round, Ling Fifan actually challenged Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you said that I'm a waste. Today, I'll show you who's the real waste. I've recovered less than 50% of my strength, but I can defeat you with one move. To say that to Ling Xiao was arrogant, but to say that to Ling Yun, Ling Fifan was full of confidence. Because he knew Ling Yun too well, if he dared to say that to Ling Yun, it meant that he was confident. Be careful of your tongue. Ling Yun naturally didn't want to give in. Ling Fifan didn't say anything. This time he directly took out his long spear, and then the tip of the spear locked onto Ling Yun. The purple flame burned again. Although the flame was obviously not the same as the one used against Ling Xiao, it still couldn't be underestimated. Whoosh! In the air, the Gang Qi was constantly burning. The purple flame revealed an evil aura, exuding a suffocating feeling of horror. As the tip of the spear shook, Ling Yun seemed to see the faces of dead people in front of him. He was shocked because he knew that it was an illusion. It was an illusion caused by too much pressure. Chapter 84. What came into view was a giant ghost face. Le was lifeless and gave people a feeling of extreme fear. This kind of fear pierced into the depths of Ling Yun's soul, making him shiver uncontrollably. It was hard for him to understand how Ling Xiao had managed to block the spear. Just now, Thunder Sword. At this critical moment, Ling Yun did not dare to hide anything. He activated all of his earth energy and sword intent in an attempt to resist the terrifying soul attack. This sword strike was accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. There were even some sparks on the sword. However, they were light blue in color, as if they had absorbed the lightning. Thunder Sword was a top-level sword art. This sword art was definitely at the level of an expert. He believed that other than Ling Xiao, no one else could block this sword. This could be said to be Ling Yun's most terrifying attack under great pressure. However, it was useless. In the face of Ling Fifan's spear, his sword was like a child's trick. The feeling of being completely suppressed made him vomit blood. He could not understand. How could such a powerful Ling Fifan lose to Ling Xiao? In front of Ling Fifan, he was just an ant. Clang! The spear and the sword collided. The purple-black flame and the light-blue lightning collided, as if there was something hysterical screaming. Ling Yun only held on for a moment, and his body suddenly flew out. Although he stopped at the edge of the stage, he could not stand still and blood was flowing out of his mouth. "If I am a trash, then you who can't even take one of my attacks, what are you?" Ling Fifan vented all of his anger towards Ling Xiao on Ling Yun. Fortunately, he had used up half of his strength. Otherwise, Ling Yun would have been seriously injured. Ling Fifan won the challenge against Ling Yun, and Ling Yun lost his rank. Oh my God! Ling Xiao defeated Ling Yun in one move. It seems that it is not that he is weak, but that Ling Xiao is too scary. Previously, some people were doubtful, thinking that Ling Fifan's strength had decreased and might not even be in the top 3. However, this battle made them understand that it was not that Ling Xiao was weak, but that Ling Xiao was too strong. Ling 13's face turned even uglier. Of his 2 sons, one was Ling Xiao, who was crippled by Ling Xiao during the elimination round. Even though Ling Yun didn't lose to Ling Xiao, the blow to his heart still came from Ling Xiao. How did that little beggar grow to such an extent? He was really a little scared. If he didn't find a chance to kill Ling Xiao, he was worried that he would be killed by Ling Xiao. After Ling Fifan challenged Ling Yun immediately challenged Ling Shuang and won. The challenge was repeated. It was the last round. Ling Xiao was first, Ling Fifan second, Ling Yun third, Ling Yihong fourth, Ling Shuang fifth, Ling Yishua sixth, Ling Zhan seventh, Ling Xiaopeng and Ling Dapeng eighth and ninth, respectively. Ling Yihong had challenged Ling Yun before, but unfortunately, he had failed. Although his saber technique was very strong, Ling Yun's skill was, after all, a notch higher. His powerful sword intent was no joke, although there were still a few people who had the opportunity to challenge in this round. They all chose to give up in the end. In the first 4 challenges, it was basically clear who was strong and who was weak. To challenge again was not only a waste of time, but also meaningless. No one wanted to do something useless. Good. The finals end here. Next, the patriarch, Ling Xiaotian, will announce the finals reward. Ling Xiaotian smiled and slowly stood up from his seat. Although he didn't deliberately release his aura, the kind of aura that belonged to a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein, the Qi explosion stage, still spread out. It was as powerful as the 7th level peak demonic beast in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Many disciples below the stage couldn't help but tremble. Even Ling Fifan, Ling Yun, and the others showed a look of awe. But Ling Zhao's face only had respect, and there was no fear. His respect was because this patriarch was fair, and he was not afraid. It was not because he was strong, but because he had seen a terrifying peak level 8 demonic beast, and even saw the blue-robed woman who killed a peak level 8 demonic beast with one finger. Therefore, for a powerhouse like Ling Xiaotian, he was not so afraid. What's more, in terms of combat strength, he was already able to compete with a martial artist at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. And the thickness of the aura qi in his body was not inferior to that of a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial vein. As long as he was willing, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with Ling Xiaotian. And this time, it would definitely not be too long. Ling Xiaotian's gaze swept across the disciples and said in a loud voice, "I will only announce the rewards for the top 3 here. The rest of the rewards will be announced on the notice board. When the time comes, everyone can carefully look at it." No one would have any objections if he did this. Valuing the top 3 was a rule of the Ling family. 3rd place, you can choose 1 top-level martial art, 2 high-grade martial arts, and 1 aura qi pill. 2nd place, you can choose 1 top-level martial art, 3 high-grade martial arts, and 2 aura qi pills. 1st place, you can choose 3 top-level martial arts, get the chance to freely enter the 2nd floor of the library, and there will be no restrictions on choosing high-grade martial arts, get 10 aura qi pills as a reward, and also get a mortal grade artifact. Your status is equal to that of an elder of the Ling family, and you will enjoy many privileges. Hearing Ling Xiaotian announce the rewards for the first place, Ling Xiao knew that he had made the right choice. The first place obviously had more rewards than the second and third place. Compared with the previous rumored rewards, it was obviously a lot more. In addition to the top-level martial arts that Ling Xiao valued the most, there were also 10 Orochi pills as a reward, and his status in the family was equal to that of an elder. This was awesome. This meant that even if he met Ling 13 and Ling Jiu in the future, he would be on equal footing with them. No wonder Ling Fifan was so arrogant before. The privileges of being the first place of the Genius Hall were too many. Well, except for the top 3, the rest of the people can go to the warehouse to receive their rewards. The second and third place rewards will be given out on the spot. As for the rest of the rewards, they will naturally be implemented after the event. Don't worry. In addition to the Orochi pills on the spot, the first place will also receive a special elder token. As for the rest of the rewards, because it involves choice, they will also be implemented after the event. In this way, Ling Xiaotian announced the end of the rewards. As the first place of the major competition, Ling Xiao received 10 Orochi pills as well as a token, which represented his status as an elder. As for the top-level martial arts rewards, he could go to the library to receive them after the competition. First place, I really envy him. The rewards are too rich. Not only are there 3 top-level martial arts rewards, but also a mortal grade artifact and an elder token. TSK. That's right. That Ling Xiao got a huge advantage this time. What advantage? He got the first place with his own ability. The audience was naturally very envious of Ling Xiao. Ling Fifan stared at Ling Xiao, gnashing his teeth. Obviously, he swore to take back everything that belonged to him. Chapter 85. Ling Xiao, your performance is worthy of your confidence. From today onwards, the Ling family will focus on nurturing you. I hope you won't let down this old man's painstaking efforts. Ling Xiaotian is a person who knows how to speak, whether or not he is sincere. These words made Ling Xiao feel very comfortable. If not for the patriarch, Ling Xiao would not have the qualifications to participate today. Ling Xiao will naturally remember the patriarch's kindness. To be honest, his impression of the entire Ling family is not good. However, his impression of Ling Xiaotian is not bad. After you return, quickly decide on your future direction. A suitable weapon can increase your battle strength by a lot. A mortal artifact is too important for the current you. You must choose well. Ling Xiaotian reminded, after you choose, come to my place to receive it. This disciple understands. All right, go. Yes. Ling Xiao also felt that he should decide on a weapon. Although barehanded combat is of great help, a weapon, especially one with additional effects, can greatly increase a cultivator's battle strength. Why is his strongest attack now the 100 steps flying sword? It's not because of how powerful this martial art is. The key is that the clear wind sword has a special effect. It is a mortal artifact. Ling Xiao, congratulations. After receiving the award, Ling Xiao did not plan to continue staying here. He does not like the chaotic atmosphere. However, after taking 2 steps, Ling Yihang came over. Although he has defeated Ling Yihang before, there is no enmity between them. On the contrary, he admires Ling Yihang's character. Your performance was also very eye-catching. The 2 of you should stop flattering each other. This time, one of you got first place and the other got 4th place. You have really gained face for our elite hall and the lower-level disciples. Amidst the laughter, Ling Yishue's beautiful face appeared. Perhaps it was because she had obtained a good result, but Ling Yishue's usually stern face had a hint of a smile. you are not bad too, senior sister. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Sixth in the Genius Hall." I'm afraid many people didn't expect this result. How can I be compared with you? I really didn't expect that you could defeat Ling Fifan. It was indeed an accident. Although Ling Yixue thought highly of Ling Xiao, she was still surprised that Ling Xiao could defeat Ling Fifan. Actually, I was lucky. I was chased by someone and encountered a fortuitous encounter. That's why I was able to raise my cultivation to the late 5th level of the martial vein and cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 6th transformation. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Speaking of which, I have to thank the person who paid to kill me." "Who wants to kill you?" Ling Yihang exclaimed. Ling 13. Ling Yixue frowned and said, "Other than him, I can't think of anyone else." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Senior sister Yixue is really smart. It is indeed Ling 13. Then what are you going to do? Now that you have the same status as an elder, you can report Ling 13 to the patriarch." Ling Yihang said, "No." Ling Yixue shook her head and said, "After all, they have deep feelings for each other. How can he be so cruel to his own son? I'm afraid I can only bear with it for the time being." "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I'm still not Ling 13's opponent. I can only bear with it for the time being, but I won't let him have an easy time if he is forced to. If he were to kill Ling 13 at all costs, he would definitely succeed. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back together." Ling Xiao, Ling Yihang, and Ling Yixue all lived near the Ling's second master's house, so they were going back together. Now, they were openly supporting the Ling second master. After all, the Ling family was a family and not a sect. Therefore, the position of the patriarch could only be given to one of Ling Xiaoyan's sons, unless a special accident happened one day. Therefore, it was not a bad idea to support the Ling's second master. At least, the Ling's second master could help block a lot of hidden arrows. "Let's go." When the 3 of them left, Ling Yin squinted his eyes and said to Ling Fifan, "Ling Fifan, the woman you like is indeed extraordinary. Her taste is really good. You have been pursuing her for so long and she didn't even bat an eyelid. Now, she has her eyes on that Ling Xiao." Humph. Even though Ling Fifan knew that Ling Yun was trying to sow discord, he still couldn't stand the way Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao were talking and laughing. "That's my woman. No one can take her away from me. Ling Xiao, today's humiliation. I will definitely return it in the future." After saying that, Ling Fifan left with his grandfather, who was the Ling family's supreme elder. There were only 3 supreme elders in the Ling family. They were the strongest in the Ling family besides Ling Xiaotian. With his guidance, it was normal for Ling Fifan's strength to improve quickly. "Grandson, that Ling Xiao only managed to defeat you because he encountered a fortuitous encounter. However, there is one thing he said that is correct. Your lack of experience is due to your grandfather spoiling you too much. From now on, you should prepare to go out and gain experience. Other places are too far. Just stay within Northern Han and gain experience. Come back once a month." "Yes, Grandpa." On the other side, the way Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao walked side by side made many of the male disciples of the Ling family envious. But so what if they were envious? Ling Xiao was the number 1 in the Genius Hall. It was normal for a beauty to admire him. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue were not in the mood to talk about love at this time. Ling Xiao knew very well that winning first place in the annual grand competition was just the beginning. The painful lesson of the past made him understand that without strength, he could only be trampled on. Inside the family, there were enemies like Ling Jiu and Ling 13. Outside the family, Although the fact that he killed Li Xingyun was not exposed, there was no wall in the world that did not have a crack. One day, the Li family would know about this matter. At that time, the Ling family might not help him with all their strength. Therefore, he could only continue to improve his strength to the point where no matter who came, he would not be afraid. As for Ling Yixue, she was an orphan and had never experienced the so-called happiness. She only wanted to continue to improve her strength so that one day she could leave Tianfeng City and Northern Han and search for the mystery of her birth. Of course, the two of them had a good impression of each other. This could not be denied. After returning home, Grandpa Hongqi had already prepared food and wine and was waiting for him. This time, Ling Xiao had won first place in the Genius Hall. This made Hongqi feel proud and elated. The little radish had now officially joined the Ling family and became a disciple of the Ling family. He was given the name Ling Luo. Of course, these things were arranged by Second Master Ling, so Ling Xiao did not worry too much. However, if he had not won first place in the elimination round and the finals, and finally became the king above all the disciples of the Ling family, Second Master Ling would not have helped a little beggar. In this world, there was no love without a reason, and there was no hatred without a reason. As long as he was stronger, his family would be safer. After eating, Ling Xiao returned to the practice room. In order to participate in the finals, he had temporarily stopped his cultivation to break through to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Now that the finals were over, he had obtained another 10 aura pills. Coupled with the frigid pool golden liquid in the mountain river world, it was time to break through. Although he had won against Ling Fifan this time, he had not used his real trump card yet. Martial Will, Soul Imprint, 100-Step Flying Sword, Martial Soul of Mountains and Rivers. Chapter 86. Having a trump card didn't mean that he didn't need to continue to improve his strength. Ling Xiao knew very well that he still had a lot of difficulties to face. As for his current status, it was all because of his strength. If he wanted to consolidate and improve his status, he had to continue to move forward. Move forward. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Snow Lotus Chi art. It was very difficult to cultivate a top internal cultivation method. Even with the frigid pool golden liquid, the golden snow lotus, and the Gang Chi pill, it might not be able to improve much. After all, his Snow Lotus Chi art had reached the 5th level and entered the proficient level. It would be very difficult to advance further, but he had to do it even if it was difficult. He couldn't give up just because it was difficult. He swallowed 3 Gang Chi pills in one go. After all, his current level was not low. If he only used 1 Gang Chi pill at a time, it wouldn't have much effect. After eating the Gang Chi pill, his Gang Chi moved faster and more powerful. He began to repeatedly expand his 5th martial vein. A martial vein that had been tempered thousands of times was the strongest martial vein. Even if a martial artist successfully broke through all 9 martial veins, it wasn't over, because martial veins were where internal strength was stored. No matter what form your internal strength was in, whether it was true Qi or Gang Qi, it was stored and stimulated through martial veins. The stronger the martial vein, the higher the quality and volume of the Gang Qi. Cultivating martial veins was a lifetime thing. Successfully breaking through was only the first step. The Gang Qi pill turned into pure Gang Qi and entered the 5th martial vein. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated the Snow Lotus Chi art and began to absorb it. At the same time, the mountain river martial spirit also circulated. A part of the frigid pool golden, liquid stored in the mountain river world, was also extracted and integrated into his body, gathering with the Gang Qi. Because the volume of his Gang Qi had already reached the 7th level of the martial vein, it was relatively easy for him to break through to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. He began to cultivate after dinner. It only took him 2 hours to absorb all the medicinal effects of the 3 Gang Chi pills. The 5th martial vein was completely opened, and he smoothly advanced to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. After all, the quantity of Gang Chi was only large. However, advancing to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein was a huge step forward in strength. If he were to fight with Ling Fifan now, it would be easier for him to win. After all, Ling Fifan was only at the peak of the 5th level of martial vein. In terms of strength, technique, and quantity of stellar energy, Wang Chong was no match for him. After breaking through to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, it could be said that he had encountered a critical juncture. If he wanted to break through to the 6th level of the martial vein, it would not be something that could be done overnight. Therefore, he decided to do something else first. The finger of the blue-clothed lady that he had encountered in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range kept replaying in his mind, making it very difficult for him to calm down and cultivate. Therefore, he decided to try comprehending that move first. Even if he couldn't fully comprehend its true essence, as long as he could comprehend about 10% of it, it could become his trump card. Thinking of this, he shook his body slightly, and a person who looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. It was his martial soul avatar. It possessed 30% of his strength. However, the advantage of this martial soul avatar was not its strength, but its imitation. The martial soul avatar could imitate anyone's moves it had seen before. Ling Xiao adjusted his strength to roughly the same level as the martial soul avatar, and then ordered the martial soul avatar to imitate the blue-clothed lady's attack moves. "Come, attack me with all your strength." Ling Xiao's entire body radiated golden light. It was obvious that he had raised the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 6th level. He did not dare to be negligent. After all, the blue-clothed lady's moves were too terrifying. Even the peak of the 8th level monster beast, the Herculean ape, was killed by her finger. Although the martial soul avatar's level was low, the power of the moves it displayed was definitely low, but he had suppressed his strength at this time, so he had to be careful. If he was really killed by the martial soul avatar, it would be a joke. He did not let the martial soul avatar show mercy. Only through the tempering of life and death would one be able to hone true combat skills. Suddenly, Ling Xiao used the soaring cloud steps to rush towards the martial soul avatar, turned into a golden light, and smashed his fists at the opponent like meteors. He did not intend to show mercy. In any case, the martial soul avatar could be created again. As long as he had enough mental power and earth energy, he was not afraid that he could not create another one. At this time, the martial soul avatar stood there quietly. Suddenly, it raised its right hand and gently pointed. What entered Ling Xiao's eyes was an almost colorless earth energy, as if it had merged with the entire world. If not for his mountain river martial soul, he would not have been able to discover it. This is bad. Ling Xiao intuitively felt that something was wrong and hurriedly changed his fists to a defensive position, directly blocking in front of him. However, in the next moment, his entire body trembled, and his arms and chest felt a piercing pain. "Stop! It was too terrifying." Ling Xiao called out to the martial soul avatar. In just one move, his arms and body were directly pierced through. Fortunately, he avoided the vital parts at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have died in the training room. What kind of move was this? How could it be so terrifying? Could this be the legendary, extraordinary martial arts? He shook his head. Probably no one could tell him the answer. At least, there was no one now. If he learned this move, he would be completely invincible under the same realm. That blue-clothed girl, who is she? If she wanted to destroy Tianfeng City, I'm afraid no one would be able to stop her. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. When he was young, he often heard stories from his grandfather, Hong Qi, that he heard from the roadside. The outside world was not as peaceful as Tianfeng City seemed. No one knew when a war would break out. No one knew when a city would be directly destroyed. In the entire world, humans were only the most inferior race. In this world, there were as many as tens of thousands of races. All the other races were stronger than humans. There was no other reason. The key was that humans had lost the martial soul that they once relied on to dominate, and now there were very few human warriors who could awaken their martial soul. This was also the biggest reason why humans were weak. Of course, in the past, he only heard it as a story. But ever since he saw the blue-clothed girl, he did not think so anymore. Although the blue-clothed girl looked like a human, Ling Xiao felt that she should not be a human because her aura was too different from a human's. On this point, the mountain river martial soul gave the same answer. However, he did not know what race that girl was. The reason was that his strength was too weak, which affected the effect of the mountain river martial soul. Come on, in order to survive, for your family. The current Ling Xiao did not have such noble thoughts. He would not say that he would work hard for the entire human race, because he was not worthy. With his current strength, there were many people who could kill him. He wanted to become stronger, and the blue-clothed girl's terrifying finger had become the move he wanted to comprehend the most. Chapter 87. Ling Xiao's wounds had gradually healed. He originally had the healing medicine that he had exchanged from the medicine hall, coupled with the strong recovery effect of the 9 transformation golden body technique after reaching the 6th transformation. If it was just an ordinary injury, it would be relatively easy to recover. Just like this, he repeatedly sparred with his martial spirit avatar in the training room. Every time he sparred, he would have a clearer understanding of that terrifying finger. When this understanding accumulated to a certain extent, he stopped fighting, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend that terrifying finger. In the end, he was not trying to break that finger, but to learn it. Although the blue-clothed woman's seemingly casual finger was too mysterious, far surpassing the high-level martial skills that he had learned. However, he had to learn it repeatedly. In addition to the analysis and practice of the mountain and river martial spirit, as well as Ling Xiao's outstanding talent, after an entire night, he still had a relatively large harvest. His so-called relatively large harvest was actually about 10% of the terrifying finger of the blue-clothed woman. But even so, this finger had already reached the small success level of a top-notch martial skill. If he could completely comprehend it, how terrifying would it be? He was ecstatic. It seemed that the injuries on his body today were definitely worth it. There were dozens of holes of various sizes on his body. Although some of them had stopped bleeding, they could still be seen clearly. As for his clothes, they had long been tattered beyond recognition. However, compared to the harvest, it was obviously more. Since you're so powerful, I might as well give you a name. Let's call you Terrifying Finger. Ling Xiao did not think too much about it. The reason why he chose such a tacky name was because this finger gave him a feeling of 2 words, terrifying. Since that was the case, why couldn't he name it Finger of Terror? I've comprehended enough. I can try the power of this move. He suddenly laughed strangely and looked at his martial spirit avatar. You've always bullied me. It's time for me to bully you. Stand there and don't move. Ling Xiao grinned and rubbed his hands. Then he suddenly pointed out with his finger a streak of aura that was hard to see with the naked eye shot out like a blade. Puchi. A hole appeared in the shoulder of the martial soul avatar. Ha ha ha. you are indeed powerful. It is a pity that I am not adept enough. Next, you can move and even attack me. However, you cannot use this move. If it was only attacking a fixed target, then one would not be able to see how terrifying this move was. There were two main reasons why the terrifying finger was so terrifying. Firstly, it was powerful enough. Another aspect was its incredible speed. After continuously using the terrifying finger for more than 10 times, Ling Xiao suddenly discovered a phenomenon. Although this terrifying finger attack consumed a lot of stellar energy, it only consumed a small amount. This was not a good thing. Due to the law of conservation of energy, it consumed so little stellar energy that it would naturally consume other things. What this terrifying finger consumed the most was soul power. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that every time he used that terrifying finger, his soul would be shaken. With his current soul power, he could at most use 10% of the terrifying power of the finger attack. It seems the most important thing now is to increase my soul power. I wonder if there are any top-grade soul cultivation techniques on the 3rd floor of the library. If there are, that would be great. Thinking of this, he could no longer wait. He immediately stopped cultivating and left the cultivation room. After changing his clothes, he was about to head to the library. However, when he walked into the courtyard, he was stunned. There was a person kneeling in the courtyard. It was a woman. "Ling Yu, what are you doing?" Ling Xiao looked at the girl kneeling there and could not help but frown. Ling Yu was kneeling there, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Her cheeks were full of tears, giving people a feeling of wanting to protect her. However, that was someone else. Ling Xiao had already given up on this woman. If it was said that the beggars who bullied them in the past were only naughty and mischievous, then when they abandoned him in his most difficult time, that really disappointed him to the core. Fortunately, he did not have the time to fall in love with this woman, so he was not sad. It was purely disappointment. "Ling Xiao, I have already recognized my own heart. Actually, when you were still a beggar, I already liked you. At that time, bullying you was only because I liked you." Ling Yu looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Haven't you heard? Beating is affection, scolding is love." Ling Xiao felt nauseous. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's not talk about the past anymore. We already have nothing to do with each other. I will not bear grudges against you for what you did to me in the past. However, the two of us are destined to be strangers in this life. Ling Xiao, are you not willing to give me a chance? I really, really like you. The reason why I was together with Ling Feng was to stimulate you, to make you stronger." Ling Yu said as she began to cry again. This woman was really shameless. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Ling Yu and said, "I've already said that there's no possibility between you and me. You can leave now. Don't say those words that make people look down on you. If you obediently stay by Ling Feng's side now, I might be able to look up to you." Ling Yu fell to the ground with a plop. During the knockout competition, she was still thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao. However, when she saw Ling Xiao defeated Ling Fifen in the finals, her heart immediately rippled. She thought that with her charm, she would come back to this silly boy and make him kneel and lick her feet. However, she was disappointed. Ling Xiao's decisiveness and straightforwardness made her completely lose hope. "Ling Xiao, junior brother." Suddenly, two voices came from outside the door. Ling Xiao's originally irritable mood suddenly became much better. The two people who came were Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue. When Ling Yu saw Ling Yixue, she seemed to understand something in an instant. Outside the Ling family, she was a proud little princess. Everyone had to follow her wishes and protect her. However, after coming to the Ling family, she instantly changed from a beautiful white swan to an ugly duckling that no one cared about. Therefore, she fell and chose to give up hard work. Instead, she relied on her appearance to rely on men and Ling Feng. However, the same ugly duckling, Ling Yixue, chose a completely different path. Ling Yixue didn't rely on anyone, nor did she curry favor with anyone. She worked hard and forgot her beauty and how charming she was as a woman. Because of this, there was also a huge divergence in the two's paths. Ling Yu became someone else's accessory. Naturally, her strength couldn't improve much. Ling Yixue became more and more powerful, and her status became higher and higher. She became a real white swan with her own strength. In fact, although Ling Yu's aptitude wasn't as good as Ling Yixue's, it wasn't much worse. It could be seen from the fact that she could learn the spirit summoning technique. If she worked as hard as Ling Yixue, she definitely wouldn't end up like this. What a pity! Until now, she still didn't realize her mistake. She was just crazily jealous of Ling Yixue. Why was Ling Yixue able to get Ling Zhao's smile and get Ling Zhao's care? And she couldn't? Gritting her teeth, she turned and ran out of Ling Zhao's house. Isn't that woman with Ling Feng? Why did she come to find you? Ling Yihang asked curiously. Chapter 88. Ling Xiao felt a little strange. Why did Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue suddenly come to find him? Oh, I almost forgot. We are here to ask if you have gone to the library to get martial arts. Ling Yihang rushed to say, about this, thank you for reminding me. Speaking of which, I was just about to go. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and smiled. Ah, top-level martial arts. I am so envious. I am only one place away. Ling Yihang sighed. It was impossible to say that he was not envious. He was the 4th place in this major competition, and only the top 3 could get top-level martial arts. Junior brother, hurry up and go choose. Top-level martial arts are very important. You must choose carefully. We will not disturb you. Ling Yixue said with a smile. Thank you, senior sister, for reminding me. I will go now. Ling Xiao said goodbye to Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue and went to the library. But on the way, he heard a shocking news. Ling Fifan was defeated again. Not only was he defeated, but this time it was even worse. He lost to his opponent in one move. Who did Ling Fifan lose to? Ling Xiao always felt that Ling Fifan was the only disciple in the Ling family who could pose a threat to him. Now that Ling Fifan was defeated in one move, it was impossible for him not to care. Senior brother Ling Xiao. The 2 disciples saw Ling Xiao and hurriedly cupped their hands. You are welcome. Who did Ling Fifan lose to? He did not have an overbearing look. After all, he was also a disciple from the bottom. He knew the tragedy and dissatisfaction of being bullied. It was senior brother Ling Chun. Ling Chun? Who is Ling Chun? Ling Xiao was puzzled. He had not been in the Ling family for long, so he had never heard of the name Ling Chun. No wonder senior brother Ling Xiao does not know. 4 years ago, senior brother Ling Chun defeated Ling Fifan and won first place in that year's major competition. He was only 13 years old at that time. After that, he traveled the world with a hero and only came back today. I see. Thank you both. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. No wonder he didn't know him. He was even more talented than Ling Fifan. But it didn't matter. No matter who it was, it didn't have much to do with him. His most important task now was to continue becoming stronger. After thinking for a while, he continued to head to the library. Senior brother Ling Xiao is indeed different. He is the number 1 in the Genius Hall, yet he is so polite to us, the bottom disciples. Yeah, he's much better than Ling Fifan. Ling Xiao didn't hear their discussion, but even if he did, it didn't matter. He never changed his mind because of other people's comments. Not long after, he had already arrived at the library. The one guarding the library today was not Ling Jiu or Ling 13, but Second Master Ling. When the two of them met, they couldn't help smiling at each other. If it was said that Second Master Ling had the intention to win over Ling Xiao and use Ling Xiao as a tool to fight for power and profit, then his mind had changed now. He only wanted to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao because he could see that Ling Xiao's future was limitless. He was definitely someone worth befriending. Ling Xiao, are you here to pick up the 3 top-level martial arts today? Second Master Ling asked. Yes. Come, follow me to the 3rd floor. Most of the martial arts, there are high-level martial arts. Of course, there are also a few top-level martial arts. Second Master Ling enthusiastically introduced the martial arts to Ling Xiao as they walked. Second Master Ling, are there only so many top-level martial arts in the Ling family? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. The Ling family is one of the 4 major families in Tianfeng City, but in the entire northern Han, it is only a 7th-grade family. Naturally, there are not many top-level martial arts, but there are about 20 types. Second Master Ling explained. There are 6 types on the 3rd floor, and the rest are on the 4th floor. Aren't they all top-level martial arts? Why is there such a division? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. In fact, although there is no clear division of top-level martial arts, their power and rarity are divided into 3 grades: entrance-level top-level martial arts, rare top-level martial arts, and superior top-level martial arts. Second Master Ling answered. There is such a division? Huh. Ling Xiao found that after hearing Second Master Ling's words, there was a new prompt on the mountain river diagram. His 9 transformations golden body technique was a superior top-level martial arts. Snow Lotus Chi formula was a rare top-level martial arts. Soaring Cloud Step, Flood Dragon transformation, and Ox Demon Kung Fu, Aura Condensation were entrance-level top-level martial arts. No wonder he felt a little strange. Although they were both top-level martial arts, the 9 transformations golden body technique was obviously much more powerful and harder to practice. This is the 3rd floor. Well, you can choose whatever you want. With me here today, you will not be subject to any time restrictions. Choose well. You must choose 3 top-level martial arts that are suitable for you. Second Master Ling smiled. If it was Ling Jiu or Ling 13 who were guarding the library, he would have been in a pickle again. Thank you, Second Master Ling. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. The 3rd floor was different from the 2nd floor. The 6 top-level martial arts were directly marked, so it was easier to choose. Although he no longer cared about advanced martial arts, he could still use advanced martial arts to verify some of his martial arts techniques. So he read through all the advanced martial arts on the 3rd floor and copied them in the library of the Mountain River World. He also copied the 6 top-level martial arts. But to avoid suspicion, he still pretended to take them out and choose. Among the 6 top-level martial arts, there were 3 that he was more interested in. One of them was phantom swordsmanship. Ling Xiao thought about it and still preferred the elegance and freedom of swordsmanship. So he decided to try practicing swordsmanship for weapons. Phantom swordsmanship was an entrance-level, top-level swordsmanship. Its advantage was that it could create 3 shadow doppelgangers when attacking. These 3 shadow doppelgangers were exactly the same as the original body. At their strongest, their strength was equivalent to 50% of the original bodies. The shadow doppelgangers were not very strong, but they could confuse the opponent and let Ling Xiao use his real killing move. Plus, he had martial soul doppelgangers, which added up to 4 doppelgangers. For him, practicing phantom swordsmanship would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The 2nd top-level martial art, he was interested in was sword manipulation black iron scroll. He did not know what it meant, but it was an entrance-level, top-level martial art. This was certain. The effect of this top-level martial art was similar to 100 Steps flying sword technique, but sword manipulation black iron scroll was of a higher level. Whether it was the attack power or speed, it was greatly increased. Most importantly, sword manipulation black iron scroll could create a sword shadow. One attack, two sword rays, and the enemy could not guard against it. For the third top-level martial art, Ling Xiao chose soul condensation art. This was also an entrance-level, top-level martial art. It was a secret technique for cultivating the soul. It had no other benefits, but it could increase soul power and strengthen the soul. But this was especially important to Ling Xiao. He did not plan to look at the other three top-level martial arts for now. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. After he cultivated these three top-level martial arts to the point where they could not be improved, he could then cultivate the other three. The only pity was that the top-level martial arts on the third floor were all entrance-level, top-level martial arts. But thinking about it, it was true. Chapter 89. Ling Xiao, are you sure you want to choose these three peak-grade martial arts? Seeing the three peak-grade martial arts Ling Xiao had chosen, Second Master Ling's face turned bitter. Second Master Ling, if you have something to say, feel free to say it. Ling Xiao said. Second Master Ling sighed. This multiple shadow sword art was originally considered a peak-grade martial art. Not only can it confuse the opponent, its attack power is also terrifying, because the attacks of the three shadow clones and the main body can be stacked. Its power is close to the legendary transcendent grade martial arts. Then why did it become a beginner grade martial art? AI, this is the reason why I can't do anything about it. This martial art is extremely difficult to learn, and after so many years in the Ling family, no one has succeeded in learning it. It's because the clones can't be formed, so it's a waste of time to learn it. Second Master Ling laughed bitterly. If that's the case, then all the more I want to choose it. If others can't learn it, then it means that it's unique. Ling Xiao thought of the soaring cloud steps and ox demon skill that he had obtained. He felt that since multiple shadows sword technique had once been classified as a top-tier, high-tier martial art, then there was definitely a reason for it. The multiple shadow sword art had a total of 6 levels, and there was only one requirement to learn it. That was, the cultivator must have a high level of cultivation, or else it would be impossible to form a clone. Previously, Second Masterling had said that the most frightening thing about this sword art was that the attacks of the main body and the clones could be stacked. Once trained to the highest level, the 3 clones and the main body would be able to increase the attack power by nearly 2 times. In terms of pure attack power, it was probably one of the best peak-grade martial arts. Since you want to choose it, I won't stop you. However, there are some things that I still have to say. Second Master Ling said earnestly. Our patriarch had also tried to learn this martial art before, but in the end, he was still unable to form a clone. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. Thus, there was a rumor that although this martial art is a peak-grade martial art, it requires a transcendent grade martial artist to successfully learn it. Second Master Ling, do you think that I won't be able to succeed? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Second Master Ling froze for a moment and fell into deep thought. That's right, the 9 transformations golden body technique is also a top-notch martial art that is extremely difficult to cultivate. Since this kid has succeeded in cultivating it, then he might be able to create another miracle. I believe you, Second Master Ling suddenly said. You are able to cultivate basic martial arts and advanced martial arts to the stage of perfection. This kind of talent and comprehension ability is something that even old Master Ling can't compare to. The multiple shadow sword technique has been sealed for so many years, perhaps it will really be rediscovered in your hands. Of course, Ling Xiao said confidently. The reason why he was so confident was not because he felt that his talent was definitely stronger than Ling Xiaotian, but because the mountain river martial spirit had already told him the answer. The method of forming a doppelganger in the multiple shadow sword art was exactly the same as the martial soul doppelganger. The doppelganger was the combination of soul power and earth energy. Most people did not have a martial soul, so of course they could not condense an avatar. Naturally, they could not cultivate this sword art, but he could. If you can successfully learn this multiple images sword technique, then maybe you can fight with that Ling Chen. Ling's second master rubbed his chin and said, Ling Chen? That Ling Chen who just came back? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. This Ling Chen seemed to be very eye-catching. As soon as he came back, he received the attention of everyone in the clan. His limelight had completely overshadowed him, the winner of the annual clan competition. Yes, that's him. This kid seems to have comprehended part of the extraordinary martial arts. His strength is beyond imagination. He was able to easily defeat Ling Fifen in one move. Can you do the same? Second Master Ling asked. Not at the moment. Ling Xiao thought for a while and shook his head. Well, you are very humble and honest, but I believe in your potential. It is only a matter of time before you surpass that Ling Chen. Second Master Ling said with a smile, but you have to be careful. Ling Chen is Ling 13th's son. He is deeply loved by the patriarch. I am afraid that this time he will be brought to the 4th floor to study the extraordinary martial arts. Moreover, he will be greatly nurtured by the patriarch. Maybe the patriarch will even give him 1 or 2 of the 1,000-year snow lotuses. Ling Chen is also Ling 13th's son? Ling Xiao was somewhat surprised. You probably don't know. This brother of mine has 3 sons and 1 daughter, Feng, Chen, Yun, and Xia. However, Ling Feng and Ling Yun are both in the clan. Ling Chen became the disciple of a ranger when he was 13 and went out to travel. As for Yun Xia, she is even more powerful. You will know in the future. Second Master Ling smiled bitterly. Although your results are outstanding, you are still an outsider. Ling Chun is the grandson of the patriarch. He will definitely receive more than you. He really felt that it was not worth it for Ling Xiao. No matter what, Ling Xiao was the winner of this year's clan competition. He was the one who defeated one of the 4 princes of Tianfeng City, Ling Fifen. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should be the one who was qualified to be brought to the 4th floor to study. However, Ling Chun suddenly came back. The 4th floor of the Ling family's library always had a rule. Within a year, only 2 people could be brought to the 4th floor to study. Ling Chun was undoubtedly one of them. The other one was probably Ling Fifen. As the grandson of the great elder, Ling Fifen's status was not lower than Ling Chen's. The reason why he told Ling Xiao all this was to win Ling Xiao's favor. Because similar to Ling Xiao, second Master Ling was only a so-called bastard that Ling Xiaotian gave birth to outside. He did not have any status in the clan. Although he was also outstanding and stood out among Ling Xiaotian's 13 sons, he was still not valued. Even now, second Master Ling could not even bring his own mother to live in the Ling family's ancestral home. Thank you, second Master Ling, for telling me all this. However, could it be that the 4th floor only has incomplete transcendent martial arts? There are no complete transcendent martial arts. Ling Xiao asked a little agitatedly. As far as I know, the 4 big families of Tianfeng City do not have complete transcendent martial arts. Even if they are incomplete, there are only 4 or 5 types. Second Master Ling shook his head. You should know that transcendent martial arts are martial arts that are above the ordinary martial arts. Only martial artists who have reached the 9th level of the martial vein have the qualifications to learn them. I see. Then I'm relieved. If Ling Chun and Ling Fifan really obtained transcendent martial arts, then he would have no chance. Second Master Ling just said that the 3 martial arts I chose were not suitable. I already know the reason for the multiple shadow sword technique. What about the other 2? Ling Xiao quickly changed the topic. He did not want to dwell on things that he could not change. The imperial sword technique is also a good martial art. However, it requires a flying sword technique as the foundation. This flying sword technique would be best if it is a high-level martial art that has been trained to perfection. Otherwise, it will be impossible to learn, Second Master Ling said. Moreover, this martial art also requires a good flying sword. Flying swords are shorter and thinner than normal swords. They are very difficult to forge and are very rare. I understand. What about the soul condensation technique? Chapter 90. The problem with the soul condensation art is that it is not very useful to cultivate. We human martial artists usually focus on cultivating earth energy, so we don't need to cultivate our soul power. However, there is a soul race that focuses on cultivating soul power, and all martial skills are released through soul power. Ling, Second Master, explained. So that's how it is. However, if I encounter the soul assimilation art that Ling Yu used before, I will be at a disadvantage if my soul power is not strong enough. I will choose these 3 top martial skills. Ling Xiao casually found an excuse to dodge the question. Ling's Second Master did not say anything. Geniuses always had a genius character, and they were usually more stubborn. They were more willing to walk their own path, and other people's path might not be suitable. Let's go. Let's register, and then we can leave. The martial skill manuals in the library pavilion were usually copies. They were originally hidden in a more secret place, so there was no harm in taking them out. It was just that they had to be returned at a set time. For example, this top martial skill had to be registered once every 7 days. This was also to prevent people from taking it out to cultivate. If it was stolen, then the loss would be great. Even if it was just a beginner-level top martial skill, it was still a top martial skill. If it was lost, it would be an earthquake to the Ling family. After all, the Ling family only had about 20 top martial skills. Ling Xiao followed Ling, Second Master, to the first floor. Just as he arrived, he saw Ling Xiaotian and Grand Elder Ling Yin standing there. Behind them were 2 young men. One was Ling Fifan in a purple robe. The other was a young man in a white scholar's robe. He was probably Ling Chen. Ling Yin was naturally Ling Fifan's grandfather. Ling Wuhan, why are you guarding the library pavilion? The first floor has been empty for so long. Ling Wuhan was the name of Ling's second master. Ling Yin came up aggressively, and obviously did not have a good impression of Ling Wuhan. Grand Elder, you don't have to blame him. I asked him to help Ling Xiao choose a top martial skill. Without waiting for Ling Wuhan to reply, Ling Xiaotian helped him out. Humph! Ling Yin heard this, and his face turned ugly. However, he had nothing to say. Ling Xiaotian's position was very stable. Even the Grand Elder could not suppress the patriarch. Patriarch! Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Ling Xiaotian. Haha, have you chosen? Lin Xiaotian asked with a smile. Reporting to Patriarch, this disciple has already chosen 3 top-notch martial arts and is about to register and leave. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the Grand Elder, Ling Yin. He was a vengeful person. This Grand Elder didn't care about his face and actually attacked him during the grand competition. How hateful! If not for the fact that his strength was inferior to this person, he would definitely teach this old thing a lesson. As it happens, you still have a portal-grade prized artifact that you have yet to claim. I wonder, what do you want? Ling Xiaotian asked again. Sword. Ling Xiao replied. Good choice. The sword is a sacred item of the ancient era. It is revered and respected by both men and gods. It was the ancestor of short weapons, a weapon for close combat. With its profound Dao skills, it became a legend. Since ancient times, the sword and its skills have dominated the battlefield, dominating the martial arts world, establishing a country, and upholding justice. It has been passed down to this day, and is still loved by the people. Its glorious history is deeply rooted in people's hearts, and can be passed down without decline. Ling Xiaotian stroked his beard and smiled. The sword has two blades, a straight body, and a sharp head. It can hurt both sides and pierce through armor. It is abnormally dangerous, born to kill. Choosing the sword as your weapon means that you have chosen to attack. It seems that you are also a person who likes to take the initiative to attack. Speaking of which, Ling Xiaotian waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. This sword is called the Ice Glass Sword, a portal-grade prized artifact. Today, I bestow it to you. I hope that you can continue to improve your skills and bring glory to the Ling family. Thank you, Patriarch. Ling Xiao took the ice glass sword and felt a chill in his hand. This sword should be made of cold iron. It was very suitable to be used with his Snow Lotus Art of Qi. Such a good sword. It is more suitable for my brother to use. Suddenly Ling Chen spoke. At the same time, he actually stretched out his palm, trying to snatch the ice glass sword from Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao could feel that Ling Chen's realm was probably already above the 6th level of the martial vein. Moreover, he had the profound meaning of an extraordinary martial art. He was really not a match for him. However, if the ice glass sword was so easily taken away by the opponent, Ling Xiao, would lose too much face. Stepping on the ground, Ling Xiao's figure quickly retreated. Soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation was used, and he was as fast as lightning. However, Ling Chen was indeed powerful. His movement technique was actually not inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. Wherever Ling Xiao retreated, he would advance. Enough! Ling Wuhan shouted loudly and reached out to stop Ling Chen. Even though Ling Chen was an unparalleled genius, his current strength was still inferior to Ling Wuhan. I am guarding the library today. I will not allow you to mess around. I was just joking. Second uncle, why are you angry? Ling Chen waved his hand and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Could it be that you can hide behind my second uncle for the rest of your life? Ling Xiao chuckled. You started cultivating at the age of 6. At the age of 13, you were only at the 3rd level of the martial vein. It took you a whole 7 years. I went from the 1st level of the martial vein to the late 5th level of the martial vein in half a month's time. Now, I am not your opponent, but who knows what will happen in a few days? You have guts. A cold smile appeared on Ling Chen's face. He then stepped onto the 2nd floor and said, Today, I'm going to enter the 4th floor to comprehend the mysteries of other transcendent martial arts. I'm also going to learn rare and even top-tier martial arts. What do you have to compete with me? Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Chen said these words to deliberately anger him, and he indeed felt very unhappy in his heart at that moment. However, after a moment, he calmed down. One cannot be too greedy. He already had the mountain river martial spirit. Why should he be angry? So, facing Ling Chen's provocation, he minded his own business and walked over to find Second Master Ling to register 3 superior martial arts. He then left the book collection pavilion. At the beginning, Ling Chong, Ling Feng, Ling Yun, and Ling Fifan all look down on me like this. However, they have already been defeated by me one by one. Even though you, Ling Chun, are stronger than them, but you are only a stepping stone for me to become stronger. Just wait and see. Leaving the book collection pavilion, Ling Xiao directly returned home and then entered the training room to cultivate. He first cultivated the Imperial Sword Technique Black Iron Scroll. The reason why he chose this first was mainly because he already had the Ox Demon art. The two were similar, but one was of a higher level. So cultivating the Imperial Sword Technique Black Iron Scroll on the basis of the 100 Steps Flying Sword was naturally twice the result with half the effort. Because of this, after only 2 hours, his Imperial Sword Technique Black Iron Scroll had already been successfully cultivated to the first level. Compared to the 100 Steps Flying Sword from before, its power was even greater. Moreover, it could transform one sword into 2 sword images. Adding on the flying sword itself, that was one sword with 3 images. Not only could these 3 sword images be used to attack a group of people, they could also be stacked to attack a single person. However, it required a very strong soul force to control. Combined with Ox Demon art, this Imperial Sword Technique Black Iron Scroll, that was originally only a beginner-level martial art, could completely reach the power of a rare-level martial art. Of course, if he wanted to combine it with Ox Demon art, he must first cultivate the Imperial Sword Technique Black Iron Scroll to perfection. Then let the Ox Demon art devour it. Chapter 91. The reason why Ling Xiao practiced the soul condensation technique together was because the Imperial Sword Technique Black Iron Scroll required a large amount of soul power. But even so, with the help of the mountain and river martial spirits' powerful analysis and practicability, in just 5 days, he had cultivated the Black Iron Scroll of the Imperial Sword Technique and the Soul Condensing Technique to the perfection realm at the same time. However, to reach the transcendent state, he would need some luck. He was not in a hurry. Some things needed to be improved in battle. Reaching perfection, he was already satisfied. Reaching perfection, he did not even think about it. He used the Ox Demon art, aura condensation, to devour the 2 beginner martial arts. Beginner martial arts were indeed beginner martial arts. Just 2 of them were enough to make the Ox Demon art level up again. At this time, the Ox Demon art had already changed from the Ox Demon art aura condensation to the Ox Demon art transfiguration, according to the mountain river diagram. When the Ox Demon art reaches the transfiguration stage, the aura can directly condense into the shape of the Ox Demon. When attached to the surface of the warrior's body, it has the dual effect of increasing defense and attack. Ling Xiao always felt that the Ox Demon art was a bit strange. He did not know if he would have the fighting ability of the Ox Demon clan when he cultivated it to a certain level. The Ox Demon clan was the most terrifying clan among the 10,000 clans. Of course, this was just a thought. The upgrade of the transfiguration stage was already enough for him. In the following time, he planned to wholeheartedly practice the multiple shadow sword technique. The multiple shadow sword technique was essentially a top-tier beginner martial art. It was the best beginner martial art. Therefore, it was the most powerful and the most difficult to cultivate. Even the Ling family patriarch Ling Xiaotian could not successfully cultivate it. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had left it for last to cultivate. Leaving the practice room, Ling Xiao replenished his rations. He heard some things from Ling Luo. It was said that 3 days ago, Ling Fifan had already left the Ling family to train, and Ling Qin was in seclusion on the 3rd floor of the library, practicing some unknown martial art. This news did bring a bit of pressure to Ling Xiao, but this pressure was also a motivation. His opponents were improving, so he had to work even harder. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to focus on understanding the moves of double shadow sword technique. However, just as he had expected, it was obviously much more difficult to cultivate a top-grade, high-grade martial art. The 9 transformations golden body technique was also a top-grade martial art. He had to rely on a large amount of gold and the frigid pool golden liquid to cultivate to the 6th transformation. The difficulty of the multiple shadow sword art was no less than the 9 transformation golden body technique. Just the comprehension alone was enough to make one feel uncomfortable. If it weren't for the Mountain River martial spirit's powerful analytical ability, he probably wouldn't have gained much in a month or even a few years. But now, after spending a day, he finally had a slight understanding of the double shadow sword technique. The key to this kind of martial art was comprehension. Once he fully grasped it, it would be much easier to cultivate. It is indeed not simple. One needs to combine spiritual force, gang qi, and martial spirit in order to form an avatar. This is not something that an ordinary warrior can do. However, the more difficult it was, the happier Ling Xiao was instead. If he succeeded in cultivating something that others couldn't cultivate, then he would definitely have a greater advantage. This kind of martial art was no joke. Because it involved spiritual force, it was very easy to go berserk. So how difficult it was only those who cultivated it would know. In order to completely immerse himself in cultivation, Ling Xiao even directly used soul imprint and entered a state of complete control. This way, even if there was a slight problem, he could discover it in time and correct it. To others, this kind of martial art was very dangerous. However, to him, the danger was basically eliminated. Because the soul condensing art had been cultivated to the perfection stage, Ling Xiao's soul imprint state lasted longer. Now, it wasn't a problem to maintain it for 2 hours. However, after 2 hours, he had to rest for at least 15 minutes. In this 15 minutes, Ling Xiao didn't cultivate anymore. Instead, he formed a martial spirit avatar and watched the martial spirit disperse and repeatedly practice the multiple shadow sword technique. This way, not only could he discover the problems in his cultivation, but he could also deepen his impression and wouldn't waste any time. Finally, after 3 days, Ling Xiao's multiple shadow sword technique had been cultivated to the 1st level and could be considered a beginner. During an attack, he could form a shadow avatar with about 30% of his strength. Once stacked, it meant that his attack could increase by 30%. Of course, this was only the beginning. The 2nd level of multiple shadow sword technique would form a 2nd shadow avatar, and its strength would increase even more. Although the cultivation difficulty was higher than the 1st level, with the 1st level as a foundation, this level wasn't as difficult as imagined. During the cultivation process, he took an aura chi pill and spent 4 days to break through to the 2nd level in one go. In terms of attack power, the 2nd level of multiple shadow sword technique had already reached the perfection stage of a high-level martial art. It was only the 2nd level. This made Ling Xiao very excited. Thus, he continued to speed up his cultivation. However, from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, he encountered a problem. It wasn't that there was no improvement, but that the difficulty had increased and the speed of improvement had become extremely slow. It took him a full month because he had continuously used Enter Soul. The duration of Enter Soul had increased by 15 minutes. However, this multiple shadow sword technique had only been raised to the peak of the 2nd level. It was as if he had encountered a wall that he could not pass through. If he could pass through this wall, he would naturally be able to raise the multiple shadow sword technique to the 3rd level. The 3rd level would have an additional shadow avatar, and the increase in power would naturally be greater. What was the problem? Through analysis, Ling Xiao finally found the answer to the question. Or his cultivation level was too low. If he could raise his cultivation level to the 6th level of the martial vein, it would be much easier to break through to the 3rd level of the multiple shadow sword technique. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer stubbornly stuck to a dead end. He began to cultivate the snow lotus chi art. The frigid pool golden liquid in the mountain river world still existed. Using the frigid pool golden liquid to improve the snow lotus chi art and the remaining 3 aura chi pills, it was not impossible for him to break through to the 6th level of the martial vein in one go. Once he started cultivating, another half a month passed. One night, half a month later, a loud roar suddenly rang out in the cultivation room. Of course, no one outside could hear it. The soundproofing of the cultivation room was still very good. I broke through. Ling Zhao's face revealed a tired expression, but he was very excited in his heart. The snow lotus chi art had finally reached the 7th level and entered the realm of great success. At the same time, he had also broken through the barrier of the 5th martial vein and entered the 6th martial vein to cultivate the 6th level of the martial vein. The cold chi in the frigid pool golden liquid had been completely absorbed. It was estimated that from now on, if he wanted to improve the snow lotus chi art so quickly, he would have to find something else to replace the frigid pool. Chapter 92. After breaking through to the 6th level of the martial vein, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his aura energy had improved by a lot. Now, in terms of the volume of aura energy, he was probably not inferior to a mid-stage 7th level martial vein martial artist. With a breakthrough in realm, the power of his martial skills should have increased as well. Ling Xiao wanted to find an opponent to spar with. This way, he would know how much the power of his martial skills had increased. Thinking of this, he walked out of the training room, freshened up, had a good meal, and went to find Ling Yihang. Ling Yihang's residence was closer to him, and his strength was not weak, so it was more convenient to spar. However, this kid was not at home today. According to his family, Ling Yihang had gone to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. He probably wanted to go out and train. After all, Ling Yihang was good at saber techniques. Saber techniques focused on killing. If he did not kill more demonic beasts, it would be difficult to cultivate the kind of domineering saber techniques. Junior brother, are you looking for Ling Yihang to spar again? He did not find Ling Yihang, but Ling Xiao unexpectedly met Ling Yixue. At this time, Ling Yixue had already broken through to the early 5th level of the martial vein, but this was not strange. The strangest thing was that Ling Yixue actually had a faint aura that belonged to the blue-clothed woman he saw in the forest that day. Soul race? Or did she cultivate a secret technique of the soul race? Ling Xiao shook his head and did not think too much about it. Whether Ling Yixue was human or what she cultivated, he did not care. He only needed to know that Ling Yixue treated him well, and that was enough. Yes, I just had a breakthrough, so I wanted to try it out with Ling Yihang, but he's not here. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. It's fine. I'll be your sparring partner. I also have something to verify. Ling Yixue chuckled. That's great. Ling Xiao was really itching for a fight. He had just broken through and wanted to verify his strength. Ling Yixue was a suitable sparring partner. Senior sister helped me today, so I'll let senior sister make the first move. Ling Xiao gestured for him to go ahead. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ling Yixue nodded and said, Junior brother, be careful. This move of mine is a secret technique passed down in my family. It's not a martial art of the Ling family. Even I don't know what level it is, but it's very powerful. Understood. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent and made a defensive posture. He's here. Ling Yixue snorted. She didn't seem to do anything, but Ling Xiao felt a great sense of danger. underground. In that instant, Ling Xiao leapt into the air. Even though he had used the beginner-level movement technique, soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation, he was still unable to escape. His right leg was stuck by a lotus flower on the ground. Then, the ice lotus suddenly froze, freezing Ling Xiao's right leg. Break! Ling Xiao unleashed his stellar energy, easily shattering the ice and breaking free. However, one had to know that he was using a sixth-level martial vein, aura. Puff! Ling Yixue suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a bitter smile, "This move can instantly kill a sixth-level demonic beast. I didn't expect it to be unable to cause any harm to you." "Senior sister, is this a secret technique?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, this is a secret technique passed down in my family that I have engraved in my mind, geocentric ice lotus bind. This secret technique is divided into 9 levels. I have only cultivated it to the limit of minor accomplishment, which is the 3rd level." Ling Yixue replied, "If I'm not wrong, in addition to using stellar energy, it also needs to be combined with soul force." "Yes, junior brother, how did you know?" Ling Yixue asked in surprise. "Senior sister, come over here for a moment." Ling Xiao beckoned with his hand. Although Ling Yixue was a little confused with her understanding of Ling Xiao, she felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't harm her, so she walked over. Suddenly, Ling Xiao pointed at Ling Yixue's forehead, and their souls came into close contact. Soul condensing art, a top-notch entry-level secret technique. A secret technique that specializes in cultivating the soul. Ling Yixue looked at Ling Xiao in shock and said, "Junior brother, this isn't good. If the clan knows that you passed this to me, I'm afraid there will be trouble." "What's the big deal? Didn't Ling 13, Ling Jiu, and the others pass on high-level martial arts to their disappointing sons?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't want to be a loner. At the very least, he wanted to cultivate a few friends or helpers in the clan. Ling Yixue was one, and Ling Yihang was another. If something happened, he wouldn't have to bear the consequences alone. Besides, soul condensing art wasn't a top-notch martial art. It was only entry-level. A top-notch martial art of this level could still be bought at an auction. "Well, thank you, junior brother. But in return, I can't keep it to myself. Take this geocentric ice lotus bind as a return gift." Ling Yixue thought for a while and passed her secret technique to Ling Xiao. Although it was a family secret technique, as long as it wasn't a transcendent martial art, it wouldn't be a problem to pass it on. Besides, Ling Yixue didn't like to owe others favors. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "If I'm not wrong, geocentric ice lotus bind should be a top-notch martial art. How about this? I'll accept this secret technique, but I'll give you another top-notch martial art as compensation." He had obtained 6 top-notch martial arts from the 3rd floor of the library. He had learned 3 of them so far, and the remaining 3 weren't suitable for him. Especially one of the entry-level top-notch defensive martial arts called Rainbow Dress. Although it wasn't as good as 9 transformation golden body technique, it was easy to cultivate and only suitable for girls. This could be considered as giving Buddha a gift with borrowed flowers. Ling Yixue didn't stand on ceremony. The 2 exchanged martial arts and were very satisfied the moment their souls touched. Although the 2 didn't say it out loud, they both knew that the distance between the 2 was pulled closer because of that. "Senior sister, the key to geocentric ice lotus bind is soul power. Earth energy is only a supplement. When you used it just now, there was a certain deviation. Moreover, the key to this secret technique is a sneak attack. It's best to use it suddenly in the middle of a battle. If the opponent doesn't know, then there's almost a 100% chance that they will be hit." Ling Xiao reminded her, "Thank you for your guidance, junior brother. Now, let me see what you're capable of." Ling Yixue knew that she was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. However, since she had promised to be his sparring partner, she wouldn't go back on her words. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't use his realm to suppress others. That way, he wouldn't be able to test anything. He planned to suppress his realm to the same level as Yu Ling Yixue and then test the power of the multiple shadows sword art. The result was very shocking. Ling Yixue blocked Ling Xiao's attack, but she didn't expect it to be a shadow clone. As a result, Ling Xiao's long sword was placed on her neck without any resistance. Junior brother, you've actually mastered the legendary overlapping shadow sword technique. This is a top-notch martial art that is deemed impossible to master within the Ling clan. None of the people who entered the third floor of the book collection pavilion would choose this martial art. Ling Yixue was inexplicably shocked. She felt that Ling Xiao was even more mysterious. I was just lucky. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain further. Ling Yixue also didn't ask. She wasn't that kind of annoying woman. After all, everyone had their own secrets. If she really wanted to get to the bottom of it, she would just be annoying. Ling Yixue, you bitch. Chapter 93. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue looked over at the same time and saw two people standing on the wall. Novel, La. One was Ling Chen, the other was Ling Yun. The one who spoke was Ling Yun. I don't know what you're talking about. Ling Yixue looked at Ling Yun. After the family tournament, Ling Yun was obviously traumatized. Even though he was training hard, his progress was not as good as hers and Ling Yihang's. If they were to fight again, even though she couldn't guarantee that she would win, she could guarantee that she wouldn't lose within 100 moves. Therefore, she was not afraid of Ling Yun. Still playing dumb. You're related to Ling Fifen. Now that Ling Fifen is out training, you're hooking up with Ling Xiao. Aren't you **TCH? Ling Yun scolded. Ling Fifen is pursuing me, but I didn't make any promises to him. As a disciple of the Ling family, you have to apologize for insulting me today. Ling Yixue frowned. Her face was not looking good. So what if I insulted you, **TCH? Ling Yun was very arrogant, evidently because Ling Chen was by his side. He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao. Get down here. Ling Xiao could not stand it anymore. This was his courtyard. It was fine that Ling Chen and Ling Yun were standing on the wall. But Ling Yun dared to insult him and Ling Yixue. If he could tolerate this, wouldn't he, Ling Xiao, be a son of a **TCH? As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. He actually used the geocentric ice lotus bind that Ling Yixue had used earlier. But this move was obviously more beautiful than Ling Yixue's. The ice lotus came out of thin air and froze Ling Yun. Then it was caught by him. This series of actions was so smooth that Ling Chen could not save him in time. Let him go. Ling Chen looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, if he kneels down and apologizes, I'll let him go. Ling Xiao did not like Ling Chen at all. This *** dared to snatch his ice glass sword in front of the Ling family leader, second Master Ling, and Supreme Elder Ling Yin. He did not explode because he knew that he was not Ling Chen's opponent. However, that might not be the case today. I told you to let him go. Then kneel down and apologize to my brother. Obediently hand over that bitch Ling Yixue, and I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Ling Chen put his hands behind his back, looking very arrogant. He didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? My status is equivalent to that of an elder in the sect. Instead of kneeling and greeting me, you act so arrogantly. Could it be that you want to rebel? Ling Xiao laughed and stepped on Ling Yun's body. Even though Ling Yun was still conscious, he was like a dead dog being trampled on the ground, unable to move. He wanted nothing more than to commit suicide. Back then, no matter what, he was still the number 2 disciple of the Genius Hall. But now he was being humiliated like this. This was truly infuriating. Elder, Ling Chen said disdainfully, the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Xiaotian, is my grandfather. Are you kneeling or not? I should be the one asking you this. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Chen was powerful, so he handed Ling Yun over to Ling Yixue. He wanted to settle things with Ling Chen here. He didn't forget about the grudge in the library. You're courting death. Ling Chen was really angry. In the Ling family, even the number 1 genius, Ling Fifan, didn't dare to talk to him like this. He had only left the Ling family for 4 years, and someone dared to look down on him like this. It seemed that he had to use some tricks. Stop. However, just as the two were about to fight, Ling Wuhan appeared. Ling Chen, have you forgotten that this is my house? Ling Wuhan's face was cloudy. In the library, Ling Chen didn't give him face. At that time, he didn't care about it because of the great elder and the patriarch. Now, this Ling Chen actually dared to break into his house and provoke his people. If he didn't do anything, he was afraid that his reputation would be forgotten by others. Second uncle, are you going to protect him? Ling Chen looked at Ling Wuhan with a hint of contempt. He doesn't need my protection, but you have no respect for your elders. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of 13th brother. Saying this, Ling Wuhan suddenly attacked. Maybe it was because he hadn't fought for a long time, but many people had forgotten that Ling Wuhan was only second to Ling Xiaotian in the Ling family. His attack was simply full of power. Ling Chen was already a martial artist at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein, but facing Ling Wuhan, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Ling Wuhan only used one move to beat Ling Chen to the ground. Apologize and get lost. Ling Wuhan didn't say much, but he was domineering. Ling Chen's mouth moved, but in the end, he cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Sorry. Ling Xiao, give me face and let Ling Yun go. After all, he is my 13th brother's son." Ling Wuhan looked at Ling Xiao and said very politely, without the slightest hint of a commanding tone, "I will definitely give face to second masterling, but Ling Yun must kneel down and apologize to senior sister Yixue. I have already said this, and I can't take it back." He also didn't want to refute Ling Wuhan's face, but there were some things that he still had to insist on, especially in front of Ling Yixue. "Ling Yun, did you hear that?" Ling Wuhan glanced at Ling Yun, who was like a dead dog, and said, Ling Yun's heart was sorrowful, but there was nothing he could do. This was Ling Wuhan's house, and they were wrong to barge in. Even if they reported it to the patriarch, they wouldn't have any reason. He could feel that if he didn't kneel down and apologize now, Ling Xiao would definitely cripple him. This person was too terrifying. "Sorry, I shouldn't have spoken nonsense." Finally, Ling Yun's stiff body kneeled on the ground and said to Ling Yixue, "Get lost." Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the ice on Ling Yun's body was removed. Ling Yun didn't dare to say anything else, and fled the scene in a sorry state. "Ling Xiao, today's matter was due to my negligence." After Ling Chen and Ling Yun left, Ling Wuhan smiled bitterly. "Second Master Ling, there's no need to blame yourself. Although this house belongs to you, it is still in the Ling family. That Ling Chen's strength is very strong, and normal people wouldn't be able to stop him. Forget it. It's not a big deal anyway." Ling Xiao didn't want to continue to be entangled in this matter. As expected of Ling Xiao, you handle everything neatly without any sloppiness. No wonder your cultivation progress is so fast. Second Master Ling smiled and said, "Since the two of you are here today, then I'll tell you something." "Second Master, feel free to say it." Ling Xiao nodded. Ling Yixue also nodded. Do you know how the title of Tianfeng City's 4 young masters came about? Ling Wuhan asked. The two of them shook their heads. They were only infatuated with martial arts and really didn't care too much about these things. Actually, after the annual competition, every year, Tianfeng City's city lord will invite the geniuses of the various clans to the city lord's mansion for a competition. Those who rank in the top 4 will be bestowed the title of young master and will also receive many benefits. Ling Wuhan explained, this competition is known as Tianfeng City's Tianfeng Grand Festival. Only 20 people can participate, and the age limit is below 20 years old. The 4 major clans can each send 4 people, and this makes 16 people. The other 4 spots will be fought over by the other clans. Chapter 94. Ling Wuheng and Ling Yixue left. Ling Xiao looked at the towering tree outside the courtyard and muttered to himself, the world is too big. I have to go out and take a look. Now that he had become the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Ling family, he had to leave the Ling family and see what level the young geniuses in Tianfeng City were at. Peak Class 8 Demonic Beast, Lady in Blue, myriad clans contending for supremacy. All of these stimulated his nerves, making him want to go out and explore as soon as possible. As long as there were no more opponents in Tianfeng City, it would be time for him to leave. People needed motivation to move forward. Once they were invincible, they would lose their direction. There's still a month before the Tianfeng Grand Festival. I should strive to cultivate the multiple shadows sword art and 9 transformations golden body technique to the greater success stage. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated and returned to the cultivation room. At the same time, the 4 great families of Tianfeng City and many other families were also preparing for the Tianfeng Grand Festival. Generally speaking, the 4 people sent by the 4 great families were the top 4 of the annual competition. This was also the reason why the Tianfeng Grand Festival was held after the annual competition. However, there were some exceptions. For example, on the Ling family's side, Ling Chun returned, Ling Fifan went out to gain experience, and Ling Zhan and Ling Shuang chose to cultivate in seclusion. The 4 people that were sent out were questionable. However, as the number 1 of the Genius Hall, Ling Xiao would definitely be sent to participate in the Grand Festival. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about this quota. It was more suitable for him to concentrate on cultivation. 10 days later, in the cultivation room, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, and it actually turned into 4 figures, which then quickly merged into one. Of these 4 figures, 1 was the real body, and the other 3 were shadow clones. After 10 days of bitter cultivation, he finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Multiple Shadows sword art. For the Multiple Shadows sword art, that was only at the 5th level. This was already a very high level. He could turn into 3 figures with 1 sword. If he added the martial soul clones, that would be 4 figures. Together with the real body, he could suddenly go from 1 against 1 to 5 against 1, catching his opponent off guard. Just as I expected, after my realm increased, the bottleneck of the 3rd level of Ghost Shadow Sword technique disappeared as well. Looks like I made the right choice to increase my cultivation base. Holding the ice glass sword, Ling Zhao's face lit up. In just 10 days, he had already broken through to the 3rd level of Double Shadow Sword technique. Although the 4th level would not increase the number of shadow clones, the attack of each shadow clone would increase by 20%. In other words, from the original 30% of Ling Zhao's strength to 50%. Ling Xiao was currently at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. In terms of actual combat strength, he probably wouldn't lose to a martial artist at the late stage of the 6th level. 50% of his strength was at least at the third level of the martial vein. One had to know that this level was much higher than many of the disciples in the Ling clan's elite hall. Of course, his cultivation level had increased, but the template was still at the peak of the fifth level of the martial vein for the time being. Of course, he didn't want to pretend. After all, the more trump cards he had, the greater the possibility of winning. Hiding his true strength was also a trump card. When the progress of Ghost Shadow Sword technique slowed down again, Ling Xiao temporarily stopped and returned to the cultivation of 9 transformation golden body technique. Currently, his 9 transformation golden body technique was at the 6th transformation. If he could cultivate to the 7th transformation before the Tianfeng Grand Assembly, then not only would his defense be greatly improved, it would even produce a special effect. One had to know that the 7th transformation could be used to cultivate a true golden body. When using 9 transformation golden body technique, his body would emit a golden color, and there would be a layer of thin film attached to the surface of his skin. Not only was his defense astonishing, but it could also reflect the enemy's attack. Although the cold energy of the cold pool golden liquid in the Mountain River world had been used up, the golden liquid had not been used up yet. With this golden liquid, it was enough to raise the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 7th transformation. Especially after his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the martial vein, it was obviously easier to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique. Some of the previous obstacles had almost completely disappeared. The 9 transformation golden body technique is a top-grade martial art. Once I cultivate it to the 7th transformation, I have the confidence to defeat Ling Chun. Previously, when he faced Ling Chun, he was still at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for Ling Wuhen's help that day, he definitely wouldn't have been able to drive Ling Chun away. At most, he wouldn't have been defeated, but he would definitely be in a sorry state. Ling Wuhen could help him once, but he couldn't help him all the time. If he wanted face and respect, he had to be strong enough. Almost at the same time, a powerful aura soared into the sky behind the Ling family's mountain. The entire Ling family felt it, mid-6th level of the martial vein. And why does this aura have a special feeling that makes people afraid? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was very familiar with that aura. It should be Ling Chen's. This Ling Chen was already at the peak of the early 6th level of the martial vein 10 days ago, so it was normal for him to break through now. After all, after Ling Chen returned, he was nurtured by the Ling family. He was even allowed to enter the 4th floor of the library pavilion. But what Ling Xiao was worried about was that special aura of fear. Could it be that it was the aura brought about by an incomplete, transcendent martial art? Ha ha, Ling Chun, my good grandson, your performance really shocked Grandpa. Breaking through the 6th level of the martial vein at the age of 17, breaking the record of Tianfeng City that had been sealed for more than 50 years. Now you've actually broken through again. Ling Xiaotian looked at Ling Chun, stroked his beard, and praised him in satisfaction. What surprised Grandpa even more was that you had actually comprehended the profound mysteries of 2 transcendent martial arts. If this isn't Tianfeng City's #1 genius, who else is? If it wasn't for Grandpa Patriarch and the Supreme Elders working together to help me clear my martial veins and temper my body, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the middle of the 6th level of the martial vein so quickly, let alone comprehend the profound mysteries of the 2nd transcendent martial art. Although Ling Chun was arrogant, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the 4 old men present. After all, the cultivation of these 4 old men were all above the 7th level of the martial vein. One had to know that above the 7th level of the martial vein was the Qi explosion stage, a true martial master, a martial master that was one step above a martial disciple, the 6th level, and the 7th level seemed to be only one level apart, but in reality, it was the difference between heaven and earth. For a martial artist to become a martial disciple, it was lucky if 1 out of 100 people succeeded. For a martial disciple to become a martial master, it was already very good if 1 out of 1,000 people succeeded. One was 1 out of 100. The other was 1 out of 1,000. This gap was quite large. It's good that you know how to be humble. Don't go looking for trouble with Ling Xiao right now. You should work together with him to win glory for my Ling family. Understand? Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. With the 2 of you in my Ling family, we don't have to worry about not being able to suppress the other 3 great families in the future. We don't have to worry about not being able to take first place in this year's Tianfeng Grand Festival. Grandpa, don't worry. It's just the Tianfeng Grand Festival. It's just that I haven't participated in it all these years. Now that I've returned, the number 1 young master of Tianfeng City will naturally belong to our Ling family. Ling Chen's words were filled with strong confidence, and he didn't put the other martial artists of Tianfeng City in his eyes at all. Don't be careless. Among the 4 great families, the strongest person is the city lord's mansion's daughter, Shi Yulian. This girl must not be underestimated. Ling Xiaotian frowned and reminded, Shi Yulian is only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Why should I be afraid? Grandfather, you're worrying too much. On the other hand, that Shi Yulian is known as the number 1 beauty in Tianfeng City. Grandson might be able to marry her and make her your granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 95. Feeling the aura of Ling Chen's transcendent martial art fragment, Ling Xiao did not waver. He only put in more effort to train. Time flew by like flowing water. The day of the Tianfeng Grand Festival was getting closer and closer. Apart from the 4 families' 16 participating spots, the other 4 spots also began to be fiercely contested. Not everyone was willing to spend their life in the martial arts world. Once one achieved good results in the Tianfeng Grand Festival, they would receive the city lord's invitation to join Northern Han's army and have an official position. This kind of life there were also countless people yearning for. Outside Tianfeng City, there were also many young talents rushing here in order to catch a glimpse of Tianfeng City's 4 young masters. Of course, there were also people who simply wanted to admire Tianfeng City's number 1 beauty up close. Regarding these, Ling Xiao naturally had no interest, nor did he have the time to pay attention to them. He found out from Ling's 2nd master that Ling Fifan was ranked last among the 4 young masters of Tianfeng City, and also the weakest. The other 3 young masters were all above the 6th level of the martial vein. However, these 3 young masters were already around 18 years old. This kind of strength was worthy of him properly dealing with. In addition, although the Ling family did not allow the news of Ling Fifan being defeated by Ling Xiao to spread, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. In the end, this matter still spread out. Right now, apart from the 3 young masters, the rest of the 4 families were eyeing the position of the 4th young master. As for Ling Xiao, they did not put him in their eyes. To be able to defeat Ling Fifan was indeed not small, but the cultivation he displayed was only at the late 5th level of the martial vein. And these martial artists eyeing the position of the 4 young masters were all at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. They naturally would not admit that they were weaker than Ling Fifan. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao's strength was already not something they could compare to. Even the 3 young masters, plus Ling Chun and Tianfeng City's number 1 beauty Shi Yulian, none of them were Ling Xiao's opponent. Ling family, Ling Xiao's training room. He was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground. His entire body seemed to be covered by a layer of golden membrane. The martial soul avatar attacked from every angle, but Ling Xiao didn't move at all. Even so, the martial soul avatar's every attack was completely repelled by the golden membrane, unable to cause any damage. At the age of 14, Ling Xiao had finally cultivated the 9 transformations golden body technique, a top-grade defensive martial art to the 7th transformations. Unless his opponent's stellar energy was stronger than his, or they had some sort of treasure, not only would they not be able to break through his defenses, they would even be injured by the rebound. The stronger the attack, the more serious the injury. Ling Xiao, who was only 14 years old, was a head taller than his peers and had a well-proportioned body. He wasn't too burly, but he wasn't too skinny either. Every muscle on his body looked just right. It wouldn't be too bloated, nor would it be too small. Relying on the frigid pool golden liquid to condense this body, the current strength had already reached an unimaginable level for martial artists of the same realm. It had been more than 10 days since he had broken through to the 7th transformations, not to mention other things. Just relying on his 6th level martial vein cultivation and the 7th transformations of the 9 transformations golden body technique, he was confident that he could obtain the title of 4 young masters. However, he hadn't seen the other 3 young masters and didn't know their specific strength, so he didn't dare to say that he was invincible. Therefore, after breaking through to the 9 transformations golden body technique, he didn't stop cultivating. He turned to the multiple shadows sword art, black iron sword art, soul condensation art, snow lotus chi art, and the secret technique geocentric ice lotus bind. Until today, his soul concentration formula and black iron scroll of sword controlling art had almost reached the transcendent stage. He had truly reached the acme of perfection. Naturally, his sword art and soul power had made great progress, and the way to use them had become more diverse. The Snow Lotus Chi art relied on a 1,000-year golden snow lotus to break through to the 7th level, entering the realm of great success. The geocentric ice lotus bind also benefited from the golden snow lotus, breaking through to the peak of the 6th level, entering the realm of proficiency. This was much higher than Ling Yixue's realm. Although the multiple shadow sword art was still at the peak of the 3rd level, it was much more stable, and he was more skilled in using it. In the process of cultivating the multiple shadow sword art, Ling Xiao faintly discovered that if combined with the killing intent of the Ox Demon arts, the attack power of each shadow clone would increase by around 10%. The higher the realm of the Ox Demon arts, the greater the increase in power. In other words, when he broke through to the 4th level of the multiple shadows sword art, the fighting power of each shadow clone wouldn't be 50%, but 60%, or even more. This was only the addition of the killing intent. According to his speculations, once the multiple shadows sword art was cultivated to the great circle of the 5th level, after being devoured by the Ox Demon arts manifestation, it would increase even more. Using this point, Ling Xiao also increased the fighting power of his martial soul avatar. Martial soul avatars could last longer than shadow avatars, and they could use more moves. After all, shadow avatars were only avatars of a sword art, but martial soul avatars were independent existences. Apart from not having a soul, it was equivalent to a weaker version of Ling Xiao. According to Ling Xiao's speculations, once the multiple shadows sword art was cultivated to the realm of transformation, its attacking power would be unstoppable under transcendent martial arts. Even the profoundness of incomplete transcendent martial arts couldn't compare. After all, an incomplete transcendent martial art was incomplete, and it wasn't a true transcendent martial art. It could only strengthen a martial artist's attack or defense, and it wasn't that miraculous. Next, it's time to increase the realm of my movement technique. At this moment, there were still 10 days until the Heavenly Peak Assembly, and Ling Xiao planned to increase the level of the soaring cloud steps flood dragon transformation. Because based on the current situation, his original most powerful movement technique had instead become a hindrance. It was only an entry-level movement technique, and it definitely wouldn't do. He had to increase it. Fortunately, this wasn't a problem for him. Back then, he had obtained 6 entry-level martial arts from the library. Apart from the 3 he was currently cultivating and the rainbow-colored cloud clothes that he exchanged with Ling Yixue, the remaining 2 were movement techniques. Entry-level movement techniques. He planned to use the remaining time to completely master these 2 movement techniques, and then use them as the foundation to increase the level of the soaring cloud steps. There was no other way. If he wanted to increase the level of the soaring cloud steps, he could only use other movement techniques as the foundation. Just like this, another 8 days passed. The cultivation room's door suddenly opened, and a golden dragon flew out from the cultivation room. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was simply a golden light. It was impossible to see anything else clearly. This golden dragon looked relatively small, only 2 to 3 meters long. It landed in the courtyard, and it was Ling Xiao. Soaring cloud steps, fledgling dragon. It's equivalent to a rare and top-level movement technique. It seems that martial arts don't affect people's hearts. At least these 8 days weren't in vain. Ling Xiao laughed excitedly. The soaring cloud steps had finally been upgraded from the flood dragon transformation to the fledgling dragon. Not only did his speed and ability to stay in the air increase, but when combined with other offensive martial arts, it could also increase the power of his attacks by quite a bit. "Brother, I'm not happy." The excited Ling Xiao suddenly realized that Ling Luo was squatting there with an unhappy expression. "What's wrong, little Luo?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. The current little radish head's body was clearly much sturdier than before, and he was also a martial artist at the 2nd level of the martial vein. Chapter 96. Ling Xiao instantly felt strange when he heard Ling Luo's words. He was the number 1 disciple in the Genius Hall, yet he didn't obtain the qualifications to participate in the Skypeak Grand Competition. This was a rare opportunity to exchange pointers, and Ling Xiao had always been suffering from not being able to find an opponent. This Skypeak Grand Competition simply seemed as if it was tailor-made for him. He originally thought that he would definitely be able to participate, so he'd always been paying attention to the time. Now, he was actually told that he didn't have the qualifications. This was too ridiculous. "Ling Luo, don't be angry. Tell me what's going on." Ling Xiao didn't act rashly, as he needed to figure out the matter. "I don't know the specifics. I heard from the senior brothers that the 3 Supreme Elders weren't willing to let you participate. They said that your character is eccentric and likes to cause trouble. They were afraid of causing trouble, so they canceled your qualifications." Ling Luo said angrily. Although the patriarch still hoped that you would go, he couldn't go against the 3 Supreme Elders for you. So it was decided. "Who obtained the qualifications?" Ling Xiao asked. "Ling Chen, Ling Yun, Ling Yihang, and Ling Feng." Ling Luo replied. "Ling Chun and Ling Yihang are qualified, but who the hell is Ling Yun? I saw it during the battle that day. His strength is inferior to even senior sister Yixue. So what qualifications does he have to participate? Also, is Ling Feng a joke?" Ling Xiao was unhappy in his heart. "Yeah, brother. I heard that after the competition. Ling Shuang, Ling Zhan, Ling Xiaopeng, Ling Dapeng, and the others all went into closed-door cultivation and are unable to participate in this Skypeak Grand Competition. Ling Fifan also went out to gain experience. But even so, Ling Feng, who didn't even enter the finals, can't participate. Ling Luo was even more unhappy. Wait a moment. Ling Xiao suddenly signaled Ling Luo to stop speaking, Then he looked towards the door. Two people walked in. One was Ling Xiaotian. The other was Ling Wuhen. Patriarch, second master. Ling Xiao and Ling Luo cupped their hands and bowed. You know about the matter of the Sky Peak Grand Meet, right? The quota was decided upon by me and the three Supreme Elders. Now, it can't be changed. However, for the sake of making up for your loss, I've specially brought a beginner-grade top martial technique today. Ling Zhao's attitude was not bad, but it was a pity that he did not understand what Ling Xiao needed. What Ling Xiao needed was to spar with an expert, not some entry-level top-notch martial arts. What he needed most was respect. Patriarch, please forgive this disciple's rudeness. Ling Xiao doesn't need this entry-level, top-notch martial art. Please take it back. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiaotian. Although he had a good impression of Ling Xiaotian as the patriarch, he couldn't even do such a small thing well. It was really disappointing. How could he win people's hearts with this? Compared to Ling Wuhen, Ling Xiaotian was a has-been. Father, don't you think it's too much of a joke to fool us with a mere entry-level, top-notch martial art? Could it be that the Ling family has become the Ling family of the three Supreme Elders? Ling Wuhen was also angry in his heart. Of the three people he had befriended, only Ling Yihang had obtained the qualifications in the end, while Ling Xiao and Ling Yishui had not obtained the qualifications. Shut up! Ling Xiaotian's expression changed, and his attitude suddenly became firm. Since it has come to this, there's no need to say any more. It's fine if you don't want this top-notch martial art, but this is something decided by the family. Even if you don't want it, you have to accept it. Speaking up to this point, his tone softened a lot. He sighed and said, "Young man, I admire your character, but you have to be more tactful." Finishing his words, he shook his head and turned to leave. Perhaps Ling Xiaotian's words made sense. However, Ling Xiao found it hard to accept. This was clearly unfair, and he would definitely not swallow this humiliation. Ling Yun and Ling Feng were going to participate in the Sky Peak Grand Festival. It just so happened that he had a grudge with Ling 13. It seemed that he had to do something. He did not tell anyone about this plan, including second Master Ling and Ling Yishui. One day later, it was the day of the Tianfeng Grand Festival. The Ling family suddenly changed the list of participants to Ling Chen, Ling Xiao, Ling Yishui, and Ling Yihang. The reason was simple. Because last night, Ling Yun and Ling Feng were attacked in the family. They were both injured and could not participate in the competition. Ling Shursen flew into a rage, but he couldn't find any clues. Although Ling Xiaotian suspected that Ling Xiao was the culprit, he still couldn't believe that Ling Xiao could fool Ling Shursen and injure Ling Yun and Ling Feng. According to the eyewitness of that night, the intruder had injured both Ling Yun and Ling Feng in one move, and then quickly left. They could not see the attacker's face, and even his movement technique. Was Ling Xiao that strong? Ling Xiaotian and the three Supreme Elders all expressed their doubts. This matter was over for the time being. Of course, this was done by Ling Xiao. He was not a rigid person. Since they did not follow the rules, then he could only break the rules. On the day of the competition, Ling Yishui, Ling Yihang, Ling Chen, and the 10 Prodigy Hall disciples, as well as the Patriarch Ling Xiaotian, and Supreme Elder Ling Yin went to the mayor's mansion. On the way, Ling Yishui purposely lagged behind Ling Xiao. "Junior brother, you were the one who did that, right? What do you think, senior sister?" Ling Xiao did not answer directly, but a smile with a deep meaning said everything. "Thank you, I would not dare to do that." Ling Yishui did not feel that Ling Xiao's actions were inappropriate. Like Ling Xiao, she was also a disciple who had been recruited from the outside. She had originally sworn to be loyal to the Ling family, and she had thought the same in her heart. After all, They were very grateful to the Ling family in the beginning, but as time passed, many things that the Ling family did made them bitterly disappointed. Although they would not be enemies with the Ling family now, the feelings of gratitude in the past had long disappeared. To them, the Ling family was just a place to practice martial arts. There was no longer any so-called kinship. No worries. They were the ones who did not follow the rules first. Ling Xiao smiled. They had already arrived at the mayor's mansion. The Tianfeng City mayor's mansion occupied a large area. The Tianfeng Grand Assembly this time was held at the back mountain of the mayor's mansion. There were pavilions in the mountain, and the 4 major families each occupied a pavilion. There were tea and snacks prepared. It was very considerate. The other families could only sit in the pavilions. Some did not even have pavilions and could only sit on the ground. This was the difference in treatment. Ling Xiao had always been focused on cultivation, so he did not know much about the other 3 families. He did not know what experts they had. However, he took a few more glances at the Li family. Li Xingyun, who was killed by him, was a member of the Li family. Ling Xiao, it seems that you are very interested in the Li family. That man is called Li Xinghui. He ranks first among the 4 young masters. He is more powerful than Ling Fifan. Besides, he is the brother of Li Xingyun, who was killed. Ling Yihang pointed to the pavilion of the Li family and said, "Oh, it seems that you don't believe it. In fact, I don't believe it either. But I saw it with my own eyes. In the Tianfeng Grand Assembly last year, it was this Li Xinghui who completely crushed the other 3 young masters. He only used 1 move each time. Ling Yihang was afraid that Ling Xiao would underestimate the enemy, so he said very seriously, he defeated Ling Fifan in 1 move. That's amazing." Chapter 97. That Li Xinghui's sword is unconventional, and his forte is attack. Live, he can't defeat his opponent in a short period of time. Then the loser will be him. In terms of defense, earth energy, and other aspects, this Li Xinghui is much weaker than people of the same level. Only his attack is ridiculously high. When fighting with this kind of person, you must avoid his sharp edge, or else losing in 1 move is very normal. You're called Li Xinghui, right? Suddenly, Ling Chun, who was not far from the Li family, asked with a smile. That's right. Li Xinghui felt like an unsheathed sword. Even his words carried a cold air. I heard that last year you defeated the other 3 young masters in 1 move, but that was because I wasn't there. This year's competition will let you know how strong I, Ling Chen, am. Li Xinghui looked at Ling Chen indifferently, lightly shook his head, and said, "Although you're strong, you're not qualified to defeat me. But I can't see through him." Li Xinghui's gaze suddenly turned to Ling Xiao. This person's eyes were indeed sharp. Although Ling Xiao used the model of the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein and didn't reveal any special aura, Li Xinghui still felt that he was not ordinary. Maybe this is the intuition of a martial artist. Ling Chen's face suddenly changed. He didn't think that Li Xinghui would look down on him, and instead give such a big affirmation to Ling Xiao. Ha 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 ha. Laughter came from the Li family. They all felt that Ling Chen was asking for humiliation. "Brother Chen, don't worry too much. He's just using psychological tactics to disturb your mind." Ling Taishou, who stood beside Ling Chen, reminded, "I don't need you to remind me. Do you think I don't know this? Li Xinghui, you've got guts. But later, I'll let you know the price of looking down on me." Ling Chen clenched his teeth. After training outside for 4 years, he came back thinking that he could sweep through Tianfeng City. Who knew that he would be defeated in the family, and now he was looked down on by Li Xinghui. He was simply burning with anger and couldn't wait to go on stage and show his strength. The person that Li Xinghui is praising should be Ling Xiao, right? The one who defeated Ling Fifan. Tianfeng City wasn't that big, so it was basically impossible to completely hide a matter, especially since it had been more than a month since the Ling family's annual tournament. If no one outside knew that Ling Xiao was the one who defeated Ling Fifan, then that would be a joke. Therefore, Li Xinghui's words quickly attracted the attention of everyone present. The peak of the 5th level of the martial vein is indeed not low. It is possible for him to defeat Ling Fifan. I'll have to practice with him later. In Tianfeng City, there were quite a few martial artists at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Even among the younger generation, there were dozens of them. None of them were convinced by Ling Xiao. The city lord has arrived. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out, causing the originally noisy scene to instantly become silent. Not far away, the celestial peak city's city lord and his beloved daughter, Shi Yulian, walked up the stairs and gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. The sound of breathing suddenly became hurried. Almost everyone's gazes landed on the beloved daughter of the Tianfeng City's city lord, Shi Yulian, Tianfeng City's #1 beauty, the #1 expert outside of the 4 young masters. All these titles made Shi Yulian mysterious and desirable. There was no noise, only the sound of many people swallowing their saliva. Shi Yulian was tall and slender. Her pink makeup made her even more charming and beautiful. Her skin was very white, like a fine white jade. Her smile was hanging on her face, revealing a maturity and seduction that did not match her age. She was like a ripe peach, making people want to take a bite. She was only 16 years old, but this woman already had such a beautiful appearance. No wonder she was known as the #1 beauty in Tianfeng City. But for some reason, the moment he saw Shi Yulian, Ling Xiao thought of Ling Yu. These two women were simply the same type. He frowned slightly and suddenly lost interest in admiring the beauty. He hoped that this Shi Yulian only looked like Ling Yu on the surface. Otherwise, it would be a pity. In the end, he still admired women like Ling Yixue more. She did not speak much, but often revealed her true feelings and was not pretentious. Not to mention that Ling Yixue's beauty was not inferior to Shi Yulian. To some extent, it even surpassed her. Tianfeng City's #1 beauty, who knew which board people selected her. It was probably to flatter the Tianfeng City's city lord. Cough, cough. Everyone, the reason why I'm holding the Tianfeng Grand Assembly today is to unearth the outstanding talents of our Tianfeng City. The Tianfeng City's city lord's voice woke up many people who were completely immersed in Shi Yulian's beauty. Ling Xiao, don't underestimate this Shi Yulian. Although she did not enter the 4 young masters list, it is said that she had a fortuitous encounter this year, causing her strength to soar. Apart from the 4 young masters, she is completely unafraid of experts. Ling Yihang saw that Ling Xiao was rather disdainful of Shi Yulian and could not help but remind him. Moreover, I reckon that this time she will probably become the only female young master. Who is that person? Ling Xiao naturally knew how much weight Shi Yulian had. He possessed the mountain river martial spirit, so none of the young geniuses present could escape his eyes. Therefore, his attention was quickly attracted by another person in the pavilion of the city lord's estate. That person is called Shi Feiyu, the adopted son of the Tianfeng City's city lord. Last year, he was ranked 3rd in the Tianfeng Grand Assembly. His defensive cultivation technique is extremely shocking. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder I keep feeling that he is a little similar to me. Ling Xiao smiled. Actually, the reason why he paid attention to Shi Feiyu was because he felt a very special aura from Shi Feiyu's body. It did not seem like a human. It's probably because all of you have cultivated top-grade defensive martial arts. Ling Yihang smiled and continued, in Tianfeng City, the strongest is the city lord's estate, which is the Shi clan. Next is the Li clan, then the Wang clan, and finally the Ling clan. Why do you say that? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. This ranking is based on the Tianfeng Grand Assembly. In the past 2 years, among the disciples of the Ling clan, only Ling Fifan was able to enter the top 10 of the Tianfeng Grand Assembly. The rest were all ranked after the top 10. However, the city lord's estate had 4 participants, all in the top 10. The Li clan had 3 in the top 10, and the Wang clan had 2. Moreover, even outside the top 10, the participants of the Ling clan were ranked at the bottom, even inferior to some of the smaller clans. Ling Yihang sighed and said, "You probably heard that the Tianfeng Grand Assembly is related to the status, territory, and resources of every clan in Tianfeng City. Our Ling clan has suffered too much in the past few years. This Grand Assembly might be different." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Humph, according to the original list of participants, Ling Feng would not be able to enter the top 10. At most, Ling Chen and I would be able to enter the top 10. Ling Yihang snorted and said, "Later on, the list was changed. It looks pretty good. Except for Yi Shui, the 3 of us should have no problem entering the top 10. You underestimate senior sister Yi Shui." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "In this Grand Assembly, the Ling clan will definitely have 4 people in the top 10. Moreover, their rankings will not be low. I believe you, because your eyesight is better than mine." Chapter 98. While Ling Xiao was chatting with Ling Yihang, the Tianfeng City Lord had finished his speech. Novel. The Tianfeng Grand Banquet officially began. The competition method of this banquet was a bit special. It used the method of fighting for the ring. There were a total of 10 rings. Anyone could go up and be the ring master, choose the ring position suitable for them, and then accept the challenge. The loser would naturally leave the ring. Each person was limited to 3 chances to challenge, but these 3 chances would only be used if they failed. If they kept on winning, then they would not be used. The rules were actually very simple and also very interesting. Now enter the ring. As the host of this banquet, as soon as the Tianfeng City Lord's voice fell, dozens of figures suddenly rushed out. Some flew out from the pavilion. There were also some that flew out of the pavilion. Some flew out from the forest. Obviously, there were many people going up the ring, but those with better movement skills would naturally have a greater advantage. In the blink of an eye, all 10 arenas were filled up. Li Xinghui occupied the highest ring. Ling Chun was second. Shi Feiyu was third. Wang was fourth. Shi Yulian was fifth. As for the remaining 5 rings, 4 of them were divided between the Li, Wang, and Shi families. Only the 10th ring was occupied by a disciple of a mid-tier family. What made the Ling family lose face was that other than Ling Chen, Ling Xiao, Ling Yihang, and Ling Yixue did not move. It was not that they did not want to move. The key was that they had never heard of this rule from anyone, so they did not move. If they were slightly slower, it would be too late to fight for it. Ha ha! The Ling family is worthy of being called the same as the other 3 families. What a joke! Only Ling Chen occupied a ring. That's right. Are those 3 idiots? Didn't that Ling Xiao say that he defeated Ling Fifan? I think he used some kind of trick. The disciples of the Li, Shi, and Wang families did not have a good impression of the Ling family, so naturally they would beat the dog in the water. Strictly speaking, the 4 families did not have a good impression of any of them, but the Ling family's performance was too bad, so they were mocked. I can't sit still anymore. Ling Yihang stood up and said, "Then let's go and have some fun. But don't lose. Any 4th or 5th place will do. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You make it sound so easy. Ling Yihang smiled bitterly, but he didn't disappoint Ling Xiao. After going up, the first person he challenged was Wang Zizhong, who was ranked fourth. Logically speaking, it would be easier for him to win if he were to challenge Shi Yulian, but he didn't like to fight with women. This Ling Yihang has such a strange temperament. Wang Zui, do you dare fight me? Ling Yihang's hands were clasped behind his back. His long saber was hanging on his waist. Although I don't want to fight with you, I don't want to break the rules. Let's fight. Wang Zai sat on the ring and didn't even have the intention to get up. Ling Yihang sneered in his heart. However, he didn't say anything. He didn't like to talk. This Ling Yihang is really bold. He actually dares to directly challenge one of the four young masters, Wang Zizui. Anyway, there are 3 chances. If I lose, I'll just treat it as an exchange of pointers. If it were me, I wouldn't be afraid either. But if you exchange pointers with someone whose strength is too far apart, there won't be any improvement at all, right? I think he's just pretending. He just felt that what we said just now wasn't nice and wants to go up and gain face. Unfortunately, I'm afraid there will be more chances for him to lose face. Everyone under the ring was discussing. They weren't optimistic about Ling Yihang, which made Wang Zizhong even more arrogant. He actually didn't prepare to get up and fight. I can easily defeat you by sitting here, so there's no need to stand up. Facing Ling Yihang, he said. Ling Yihang challenges Wang Zizhong, start. As the Tianfeng city lord's voice fell, a bright saber light suddenly fell to the ground almost at the same time. Then they saw Wang Zizhong lying on the ring like a dead dog. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but fortunately he didn't die. Idiot! Ling Yihang finally vented his pent-up anger. Seeing Wang Zizhong being carried down the ring, he felt refreshed. What bullshit 4 young masters. They're just temporarily in the lead. They're so arrogant and stupid. After he finished speaking, Ling Yihang directly inserted his long saber into the ring and excitedly watched other people's challenges. It seems that we all guessed wrong. The strongest in the Ling family isn't Ling Chen or Ling Xiao, but this Ling Yihang. This person's strength is too strong. I could feel the biting cold saber intent in that saber strike just now. Yes, I also felt it. He actually defeated Wang Zizhong with 1 strike. There's no one else with this strength. I'm afraid that even Li Xinghui may not be able to defeat him. That was how humans were. Whoever performed better would win more respect and admiration. Ling Yihang's saber strike seriously injured Wang Zizhong. This strength was really terrifying. The following challenges were a bit sloppy and ordinary. No one challenged the top 5 rings. They all challenged the 6th to 10th rings. It was just that the people who occupied these rings were not to be trifled with. So, except for Ling Yihang, who was the first to succeed, the others didn't succeed. Junior brother, I'll also go up and try. Ling Yishua looked at Ling Xiao and said, Go. Remember, don't challenge Shi Yulian. That woman is much stronger than she looks. Shi Feiyu is a good opponent. You can choose him. Ling Xiao suggested. Unknowingly, in Ling Yishua's heart, Ling Zhao's position was even higher than the senior members of the Ling family. If she had doubts, she wouldn't ask those people. Instead, she directly asked Ling Xiao. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ling Yishua went up the ring and bowed to Shi Feiyu. I'm Ling Yishua. Please enlighten me. What's wrong with the Ling family? They're challenging the 4th young master? Maybe they really have the strength. Let's not make any conclusions first. Let's wait and see. Look at your cowardly appearance. I don't believe that the Ling family can produce a Ling Yihang and can produce another one stronger than Ling Yihang. Ling Yixue's challenge to Shi Feiyu instantly pushed the Tianfeng Grand Assembly to the peak. Everyone was a little surprised. At the same time, they were also looking forward to it. Ling Chen, your Ling family is really domineering. Li Xinghui glanced at Ling Chen and said, "Don't say that to me. I don't know that bitch." Ling Chen said coldly, "But with her strength, it's most likely impossible for her to win. After all, she only ranked 6th in the annual competition. If it weren't for the fact that the others were cultivating in seclusion, it wouldn't be her turn." "Is that so?" Li Xinghui frowned and didn't say anything else. Shi Feiyu still attached great importance to Ling Yixue. After all, with Wang Zue as an example, he didn't want to fail miserably. So, he used his best defensive martial art right from the start. That's the beginner-level defensive martial art. Iron Cloak Divine Art, right? Yes, in last year's Tianfeng Grand Assembly, Shi Feiyu relied on the Iron Cloak Divine Art to defeat his opponents. In the end, he was only defeated by Li Xinghui and Wang Zue. At that time, his Iron Cloak Divine Art had just reached the initial level. I wonder how it will be this year. At the very least, it should be at the proficient level. Isn't that even more despairing? Even if it's only beginner level, it's still very difficult to cultivate. In the midst of the discussion, Shi Feiyu had already launched his attack. Chapter 99. Iron Cloak Senshou. Shi Feiyu's attack style was trained in accordance with Iron Cloak Divine Technique. Using it, his 4 limbs were like cast iron, very difficult to deal with. Ice Palm. Ling Yixue didn't dare to be careless, using a high-level martial art that had already entered perfection. Her entire body's aura instantly became incomparably cold. A palm shot out, seemingly forming white frost. Pung! Both sides didn't give way to each other, the 2 auras colliding in midair. Shi Feiyu's body swayed. Feeling a chill in his arms, he actually couldn't chase for a moment. Ling Yixue continuously retreated 3 or 4 steps before standing firm. So strong. Yeah, Shi Feiyu's Iron Cloak Senshou is simply terrifying. Breaking stone isn't an exaggeration. That Ling Yixue could actually block it, and also only retreated 3 or 4 steps. Looks like her challenge to Shi Feiyu wasn't without reason. But if this continues, she'll still lose. Bring out your true abilities. Shi Feiyu swung his hands. The cold aura was dissolved by him. But his face didn't have the slightest trace of happiness, because from the beginning he discovered that Ling Yixue didn't use her full strength at all. As you wish. Ling Yixue originally wanted to hold back, in case someone later challenged her. But now it seems that if she doesn't use her full strength, it'll be very difficult to defeat Shi Feiyu. All of a sudden, the gang qi around her turned into 7 different colors. It was as if she was wearing a rainbow-colored dress. Beginner-level top defensive martial art, rainbow cloud dress. Those with discerning eyes quickly recognized the martial art that Ling Yixue used. Impossible. How can she know a top-level martial art? Ling Chen exclaimed in shock. What? The fact that she knows a top-level martial art? Your Ling family doesn't even know. Hee. Looks like your Ling family doesn't seem to be very united. Li Xinghui faintly smiled. But this way, this battle will be interesting. Humph. Ling Yixue is only at the middle of the 5th level of the martial vein. Shi Feiyu is at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. The difference in strength is so big, even if she also learned a beginner-level top-level martial art. So what? She'll still lose. Ling Chen disdainfully snorted. Hee, interesting, you actually don't support your own family. Li Xinghui looked at Ling Chen with interest, wondering if he could take advantage of this opportunity to do something to the Ling family. Only Ling Chen was inwardly complaining. Out of the 4 people who had come to fight, the other 3, were in the same group, and he had been isolated. He didn't have any good feelings towards Ling Xiao, and only felt anger. Naturally, he also hated Ling Yixue. The battle continued. Ling Yixue, who was using the rainbow cloud robe, was actually evenly matched with Shi Feiyu. Although Ling Yixue's realm was inferior, it was unknown whether or not she had received guidance from an expert. Her battle techniques were extremely brilliant, completely making up for her disadvantage in terms of realm. It's about time. After about 50 moves, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. No one knew Ling Yixue better than he did. It was time for the battle to end. Just as he finished speaking, a very strange scene suddenly appeared on the stage. Shi Feiyu's entire body was frozen, unable to move. If Ling Yixue wanted to kill him now, it would be a piece of cake. Ling Yixue wins. What happened just now? How did Ling Yixue win? I didn't see clearly. She probably used some secret technique. Shi Feiyu actually couldn't resist at all. No matter what, this time the Ling family is really proud. 2 people consecutively entered the top 4. Adding that Ling Chen, it's a total of 3 people. Could it be that the Ling family wants to monopolize the position of the 4 young masters this time? It's not that simple. The summit just started not long ago. Li Xinghui and Shi Yulian haven't made their moves yet. Moreover, the Li family, Shi family, and Wang family also have experts. But now it seems that Ling Yixue should be the strongest in the Ling family, followed by Ling Yihang. Ling Chun hasn't made his move yet, but he's probably ranked 3rd. Instead, that Ling Xiao is the weakest. Maybe the Ling family's grand competition is just a smokescreen. Yes, it's very likely that they let a piece of trash take first place to make others lower their guard. Hearing this, Ling Xiaotian and Grand Elder Ling Yin, who were in the Ling family's pavilion, didn't look too good. In this Tianfeng grand competition, Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao weren't originally on the list. Now that Ling Yixue had obtained 3rd place, it was completely unexpected. And if they guessed correctly, Ling Xiao was probably even more terrifying than Ling Yixue. For an unselected disciple to obtain such a good result, it was simply a slap to their old faces. Why are you so long-winded? You'll know what that Ling Xiao's worth after you try. Ling Xiao, if you're a man, come and challenge me. Ranked 7th was a disciple of the Li family. His cultivation was at the late 5th layer of the martial vein. Originally, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in this kind of person. But when he thought of the tragic deaths of his brothers and relatives in the beggar sect, his heart became extremely displeased. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish. He stood up and looked at the Li family disciple ranked 7th with a smile. He leaped onto the stage. You don't dare to challenge Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, or Ling Chen, but you set your sights on me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Ling Xiao came this time to exchange pointers, not to guide others in martial arts. So he had no interest in this kind of person. He planned to cut the Gordian knot and end the battle quickly. So what if I am? The Li family disciple didn't care. It was because he saw that Ling Xiao was a pushover that he pinched Ling Xiao. All right, then you can go down. Ling Xiao lightly waved his hand. Then, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The late 5th layer of the martial vein, the Li family disciple ranked 7th on the stage, was sent flying like a piece of paper. There was no reaction at all, not to mention one move. Ling Xiao didn't even use a move. He just casually waved his hand. How can he be so strong? The crowd below the stage was finally shocked. This Ling Xiao, I'm afraid it's not as bad as we thought. Think about it. The Ling family's annual competition is not a joke. He can defeat Ling Fifen, so he definitely won't be too weak. I don't believe in this evil. Ling Xiao, do you dare to accept my challenge? Another Li family disciple jumped up. Are you stronger than the one just now? Ling Xiao asked lightly. Almost. Since it's almost the same, what are you doing up here? Get down. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently waved his hand again. As soon as the man jumped onto the stage, he was thrown down. Twice in a row, he threw two late fifth-layer martial vein martial artists directly off the stage, and it seemed that he was completely calm and did not use the slightest strength. So still no one could see his strength. Sure, you go and challenge Ling Xiao. Sure, Yulian, who was sitting on the fifth ring, suddenly looked at a youth in her pavilion and said, Sister, let me deal with him? Isn't it a waste of talent? The young man's words surprised everyone. Just now, everyone had seen Ling Xiao's ability. This sure, you must not be blind. He actually dared to say that, which was enough to show that his strength was much stronger than the two people just now. Be obedient. Sure, Yulian's voice seemed to have magic. No matter who heard it, they would feel very comfortable. Ling Xiao was no exception, but he only enjoyed the sound and would not be distracted by it. Got it, sister. Chapter 100. Did I hear wrongly? You want me to go down? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes as he looked at the youth in front of him. He was about the same age as him, but he couldn't see anything special about him. What made him so confident? That's right. I said that once I attack, there will be blood. You might be seriously injured. Sure, you nodded her head. Seriously. This person didn't seem like he was trying to scare people. Ling Xiao's interest in him was piqued. Use your strongest move to attack me. If you can make me move an inch from my original position, you win. He said with a smile. Sister, is this person stupid? He doesn't understand my words. Sure, you looked at Sure Yulian and smiled bitterly. Shut up. This person is strong. You might not be able to win. It's better to be careful. Sure Yulian said sternly. Sister, don't joke around. Once I use my strongest move, even you can be injured. Does he dare to say that he won't move an inch? Sure, you smiled bitterly. I really don't want to hurt people. This child is so honest that it's cute. Don't worry, I've cultivated a top defensive martial art. Even if I'm injured by you, I won't be seriously injured. At first, Ling Xiao was a little displeased with Sure Yu's shameless boasting, but after hearing his conversation with Sure Yulian, his displeasure disappeared in an instant. It turned out that this child was really not looking down on him, but was purely an honest person, and also very kind. All right then, get ready. I'm going to attack. When Sure Yu heard Ling Xiao's words, he finally took a deep breath. His originally honest gaze instantly became as sharp as a knife. The aura qi that he had been suppressing also exploded out. What a strong aura. Although his cultivation is at the peak of the 5th level, the quality of his aura qi is at least at the 6th level. No wonder he's so confident. This time Ling Xiao is really going to be beaten up. It's all his fault. Didn't you hear what Sure Yu said? If he uses his full strength, even Miss Yulian will be injured. Hee, the Ling family is too strong. Finally, one of them is going to be defeated. The people below were discussing animatedly, but the two people on the stage didn't listen. Ling Xiao clasped his hands behind his back. His green robe fluttered even though there was no wind. There was a faint smile on his face. He didn't look nervous at all. Sure, you clenched her fists. She had yet to attack, but the roar of her gang qi was already unbearable for many people around her. Boom. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. Sure Yu's fists blasted out. It was as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. Even the air was distorted by the impact. No, it wasn't the air that was distorted. It was the space that was distorted. Through the aura energy around his fists, he could see that the figures around him were distorted. Stormy wave fist. Like the roar of the sea, Wave after wave surged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally saw what was the most terrifying part of this move. It looked like a single attack, but it contained 6 layers of hidden force. It was like 7 layers of waves, one after another, and each layer was stronger than the last. Good timing. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. No wonder, sure, you was so confident. If the opponent wasn't him but someone else, it would be really terrifying. Unfortunately, the 9 transformation golden body technique had a natural restraining effect on this kind of fist technique that contained multiple layers of hidden force. Unfortunately, Shiryu's powerful punch was probably going to be a tragedy. The power of Shiryu's attack is probably not much worse than Li Xinghui's. Yes, although he relies on multiple layers of hidden force, and Li Xinghui's powerful attack, the power should be about the same. Ling Xiao definitely can't block it. Yes, unless he cultivates a top-level defensive martial art to the realm of great success. As soon as the discussion ended, there was a sudden exclamation from the other side of the stage. Then, a figure flew out of the stage. Is that Ling Xiao? No, it's Shiryu. What happened? Damn it, I was just chatting and missed the wonderful scene. 9 transformation golden body technique. Great success. Someone told him the answer. What? Known as the most difficult top-level defensive martial art to cultivate, the 9 transformation golden body technique. Everyone looked at the stage. Ling Xiao stood there covered in golden light, like a victorious fighting Buddha. He said he would not retreat an inch, and he really did not retreat an inch. On the contrary, Shiryu was shaken to the point of vomiting blood and seemed to be seriously injured. Sister, he's so powerful, even more powerful than Li Xinghui. Everyone thought Shiryu was seriously injured, but they didn't expect this silly child to stand up and wipe her mouth and say something that made Li Xinghui frown. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and heal. Yulian frowned. As the daughter of the city lord, she naturally knew how to win people's hearts, so she really didn't want to offend Li Xinghui and the Li family because of this. You're called Shiryu, right? Your stormy wave fist is very powerful and your aura is very pure, but I suggest you cultivate a water-type internal cultivation method. This fist technique will be even stronger. Ling Xiao smiled and said to Shiryu, You're not weak, but unfortunately you met me. If I hadn't cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 7th transformation, I wouldn't have been able to block your attack. Ling Xiao, you don't need to praise me. You're really strong. I admire you. As Shiryu spoke, she vomited another mouthful of blood and was forcefully dragged away by the Shi family to heal her injuries. Ling Xiao rarely appreciated people, and those that he could give pointers to were even fewer. In the Ling family, there were only Ling Yixue, Ling Yihang, and Ling Luo, and this Shiryu could be considered one of them. Ling Xiao defeating Shiryu could be considered to have revealed his true strength. The previous contempt and underestimation of his opponent were all gone, especially the fact that he had cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 7th transformation. This was something that had never been heard of in the younger generation of Tianfeng City, or even Northern Han. At this point, there was no longer anyone who doubted his strength. Although I acknowledge Ling Xiao's strength, he should still be the weakest of the 4 members of the Ling family. After all, if he only has a strong defense, he will be easily targeted. That's true. I wonder who will challenge him next. Ling Xiao, you really do have the qualifications to accept my challenge. The one who spoke was one of the 4 young masters, Wang Zizhong. After a period of rest and treatment, he had more or less recovered. Shouldn't you challenge Ling Yihang? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Less nonsense. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept my challenge? Wang Zizhong naturally wanted to challenge Ling Yihang, but he was truly afraid of Ling Yihang's blade. He didn't have the slightest bit of confidence to challenge Ling Yihang. The reason why he challenged Ling Xiao was because he felt that Ling Xiao was weaker than Ling Yihang, and that he would be able to deal with a defense-type opponent more easily. He was most proficient in the art of poison. No matter how strong a defensive martial technique was, it would be useless in front of his poison technique. This was also the reason why he chose Ling Xiao to challenge. Although Ling Xiao was currently only on the 7th stage, it didn't matter. Everyone present could see that Ling Xiao was very strong and was likely not weaker than Shi Yulian. Therefore, as long as he defeated Ling Xiao, he should be able to regain some face. Ling Yihang looked at Wang Zizhong, secretly sympathizing with this guy. Of all the people an idiot could choose, he actually chose Ling Xiao. Wasn't this purely looking for a beating? Ling Yihang was most clear on how frightening Ling Xiao was. There had never been someone like Ling Xiao who made him feel like he couldn't catch up. He felt unfathomable. Since you want to challenge me, then come. I actually want to see how much stronger you are compared to Ling Fifan. Chapter 101. Okay, you accept the challenge. Wang sneered in his heart. Ling Yihang's hatred. He will find Ling Xiao to take revenge. Since they are both from the Ling family, he will make Ling Xiao lie on the ground and unable to move. Make your move. Ling Xiao did not want to make the first move because once he makes his move, the opponent will not have a chance. So he actually wants to see what Wang has up his sleeve. Wang did not hold back. He smiled coldly and suddenly rushed towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. His right hand was shrouded in a layer of black gas. That black gas made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Poison! Ling Xiao slightly frowned. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? Although your defense is strong, it is useless against poison. Wang laughed heartily and then sent a palm towards Ling Xiao. Just as his palm was about to land on Ling Xiao's body suddenly turned into a golden light. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. Wang's eyes palm missed and was somewhat stunned. You are right. Poison is what defensive martial arts are most afraid of. Unfortunately, not only do I know how to defend, I also know how to dodge. His soaring cloud steps, fledgling dragon, is a rare top-tier movement technique. Moreover, it is a perfect top-tier movement technique. If he wanted to dodge, Wang Zai would not even be able to touch a hair on his body. How can this be? This Ling Xiao is too strong, isn't he? His movement technique is probably a top-notch movement technique. It should be a top-tier movement technique coupled with a top-tier defensive martial art. This guy's strength is probably much stronger than what we imagined. We really have eyes but can't see gold and jade. Yes, we all misjudged. Many experts from the surrounding families could not help but exclaim. Even Ling Xiaotian and Ling Yin were shocked. Ling Xiao gave them too many surprises. What's the use of dodging? Look at my move, Buddha's angry poison lotus. Run. Those near the stage, dodge. Everyone be careful. This Wang is too ruthless. The reason why everyone was so panicked was because the Buddha's Fury Poison Lotus was a secret technique. Coupled with an exclusive hidden weapon, it could instantly cover an area of over 10 meters in poison gas. No matter how high one's martial arts were, it was meaningless. You have no chance. Ling Xiao didn't like people who used poison. There was no other reason than that he didn't like them. Therefore, he did not intend to give Wang Zui a chance to make a move. Another golden light flashed. Wang Zui didn't even have the chance to take out his hidden weapon before he was knocked unconscious by Ling Xiao from behind. Of course, to deal with Wang Zui, an ordinary palm would not be enough, so he directly used the meteor punch and embedded Wang Zui into the ring. This scene caused countless people to be terrified. They simply could not believe their eyes. Wang's defeat to Ling Yihang could be attributed to him underestimating his opponent. However, losing to Ling Xiao was a real and unquestionable defeat. There was no chance at all. Wang Zue was one of the four princes last year. His ranking was even higher than Ling Fifen's, so he was very famous in Tianfeng City and the surrounding areas. No one was willing to fight with him because his poison technique was mysterious and unpredictable. Even if Li Xinghui encountered Wang Zue, if possible, he would not want to offend Wang Zue. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao could so easily defeat the third prince of the four princes? This was a bit too unbelievable. Looks like he defeated Ling Fifen with his true ability. If he can defeat Wang Zue in one move, then defeating Ling Fifen will not be a problem. I didn't expect Tianfeng City to have such a character. The Ling family is really impressive in this year's Tianfeng Grand Assembly. Yes, first it was Ling Chen, then Ling Yihang, then Ling Yishui, and now Ling Xiao. When did the Ling family become so full of talents? They are recruiting. Someone pointed out the mystery in one sentence. Only the Ling family dares to recruit disciples from outside. That Ling Yihang, Ling Yishui, and Ling Xiao are not from the Ling family. Looks like we can't be complacent. After defeating Wang Zue so easily, no one dared to challenge Ling Xiao anymore. After all, with the combination of a top-grade defensive martial art and a top-grade movement technique, ordinary people would not even be able to touch him, let alone fight him. Ling Xiao's performance made Ling Chen's face a bit gloomy. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation base was only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, his 9 transformation golden body technique had actually reached the complete stage. He was definitely the strongest in the younger generation in Tianfeng City. He really had a headache. That Supreme Elder Ling Yin's face was also not good. When Ling Xiao defeated Ling Fifen, his strength was not so strong. Now that more than a month had passed, it was simply increasing steadily. Could it be that only he could avenge his grandson's death? He originally planned to let the young people settle their own matters and let Ling Fifen go out to gain experience. When his strength reached a certain level, he would come back to defeat Ling Xiao. This way, it would be perfectly justifiable, and it would also be more convincing to everyone. But now, he no longer had the confidence. Although Ling Fifen was also a genius, but compared to Ling Xiao, the gap was really far. Supreme Elder, did you notice? This Ling Xiao has not used his sword yet. Ling Xiao Tian suddenly said from the side. Ling Yin's face became even more ugly. Yes, the reward Ling Xiao asked for that day was the ice glass sword. Today he had not used it yet, and it was already so powerful. Was this young man really unstoppable? Others did not challenge Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao also chose to temporarily wait and see. In any case, there were only 2 people he really wanted to challenge. One was Ling Chen, and the other was Li Xinghui. He did not plan to challenge others. The main show would be left for later. No hurry. The following challenges were carried out in an orderly manner. Some people were not convinced and challenged Ling Yishui and Ling Yihang, but the results were very tragic. They were completely defeated in one move, and there was no possibility of winning. Soon, half an hour passed. The Tianfeng City's city lord ordered the festival to stop, and servants brought food and wine for everyone to taste. Perhaps because they were anxious to continue watching the competition, everyone ate very quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the food and wine were all gone. The Tianfeng festival continued. After the meal, it became lively as soon as it was served. Shi Feiyu requested to challenge Ling Yihang. He did not choose Ling Yishui because he knew he was not Ling Yishui's opponent. He did not even see what secret technique Ling Yishui used in the last stage, so it was impossible for him to resist. But Ling Yihang was different. Ling Yihang used a saber. Although his saber skills were exquisite, and he had comprehended saber intent, Shi Feiyu cultivated a top defensive martial art, which restrained attacks. If Ling Yihang's attacks were not as good as Li Xinghui's, then he had the possibility of winning. Although this possibility was not great, how would he know if he did not try? The battle between these two people could be considered to have pushed the Tianfeng festival to the peak once again. Ling Yihang's saber skills were peerlessly overbearing, and every saber strike practically had the feeling of splitting mountains and rivers. Shi Feiyu's defense was similarly shocking, and when facing Ling Yihang's piercingly cold and overbearing saber skills, he actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position. This battle continued for an entire hour. Both sides had exchanged over 500 moves, yet it was still difficult to determine a victor. But in the end, Ling Yihang's cultivation was slightly lower than Shi Feiyu's, so along with the passage of time, his saber skills naturally became slightly blunt. Chapter 102. After 500 moves, Ling Yihang was defeated by Shi Feiyu in the end. However, Shi Feiyu also used up a lot of energy in this battle. Although he won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Even though Ling Yihang was defeated, no one dared to doubt his strength. However, the Shi family still managed to save some face. Shi Feiyu can't defeat Ling Yishui, but he defeated Ling Yihang. Now, 2 of the top 4 are from the Ling family, 1 from the Li family, and 1 from the Shi family. The Ling family still has the advantage. I think Ling Zhao's strength is about the same as Ling Yihang's. They both defeated Wang Zong in 1 move, but it will be more difficult to defeat Shi Feiyu. I think the final ranking will be like this. That's not necessarily true. Ling Chun hasn't fought yet, so we don't know how strong he is. Maybe he's just good at movement. Shi Yulian hasn't challenged him either. Besides, Ling Zhao's 9 transformation golden body technique is not inferior to Shi Feiyu's iron armor divine art. There will be a good show to watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao spoke. Shi Feiyu, I'll give you an hour to rest. Hurry up and recover. I'll challenge you later. No need. You can come now. Shi Feiyu glared and roared. If I win now, it'll be an unfair victory. Ling Xiao shook his head and sat down cross-legged. He originally planned to challenge Ling Chun directly, then Li Xinghui. However, since Shi Feiyu defeated Ling Yihang as a good brother, he should at least help Ling Yihang get back his face. Anyway, it wouldn't take long. Okay, Feiyu, just do as Ling Xiao said. Rest for an hour. Here are some recovery pills. Swallow them. The Tianfeng city's mayor was a very discerning person. He didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao, so he stopped Shi Feiyu from being arrogant and ignorant. Hearing this, Shi Feiyu could only nod and agree. He swallowed the pills and began to rest. During this hour, no one challenged Shi Feiyu because no one wanted to offend the Tianfeng city's mayor. Moreover, there weren't many people who were qualified to challenge Shi Feiyu. The 4 princes weren't weak. Even if it was Wang Zong, if he hadn't met Ling Yihang and Ling Xiao, he might have been able to get a place. During this process, Ling Yihang challenged the 6th-ranked martial artist and became the champion of the 6th ring. And after Wang Zai finished healing, he easily defeated the champion of the 8th ring, which also showed his strength. This made everyone gradually understand that it really wasn't that King was the weakest, but that Ling Xiao and Ling Yihang were too terrifying. The current ranking is Li Xinghuiling, Chunling Ishuesher Feiyusher, Yulianling Yihangling, Xiaowang Zizhong. After an hour, Ling Xiao stood up and looked at Shi Feiyu. Ling Xiao, if you're really my friend, then defeat him in 1 move, hee. Ling Yihang looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. He knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, And he also knew how powerful Shi Feiyu was, so he naturally had a basis for what he said. But in the ears of others, he was looking down on Shi Feiyu too much. One move, huh? You really know how to give me a difficult problem. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Whatever, I also want to try out my new move, so I'll reluctantly help you. What? He actually agreed. This Ling Xiao was crazy. You could defeat Wang Zong in one move because Wang Zong's defense was weak, but who was Shi Feiyu? He was the martial artist with the strongest defense in the younger generation of Middle Sky Peak City. You're looking down on him too much, aren't you? Good Ling Xiao, you actually dare to boast so shamelessly. In a moment, I'll let you know who's number one in defense. No matter how good Shi Feiyu's temper was, he probably couldn't take this kind of provocation. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him, but Ling Xiao really didn't look down on him. Ling Xiao was just stating facts. At this moment, Ling Chen's expression was a bit uncertain. The one in the limelight today should have been him, but Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, and Ling Xiao had taken away the glory that should have belonged to him, especially this Ling Xiao. His performance was so eye-catching. If he could really defeat Shi Feiyu, then he would probably be considered the number one person in the younger generation of the Ling family. Damn this guy! Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what Ling Chen was thinking. He also didn't plan to be in the limelight. The reason why he participated in the Sky Peak Grand Festival was to test his martial arts and strength. This time, he challenged Shi Feiyu purely to help his friend Ling Yihang vent his anger. He really didn't care about false reputation. So what if he was called the Four Young Masters? The world was so big, the so-called Sky Peak City's four young masters weren't even worth mentioning in the outside world. The battle had already begun. Although Shi Feiyu hated Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Thus, he raised his defensive martial arts to the extreme from the start. One could see that his skin had a black color like black iron, emitting a metallic luster. Even blades and swords can't penetrate my defense. Let's see how you break it. Shi Feiyu didn't know what Ling Xiao was planning, but since the other party said he could defeat him in one move, then he wouldn't let the other party defeat him in one move. In this way, the one losing face would be Ling Xiao. Next, he would slowly take care of Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. Shi Feiyu thought everything through well. However, when he saw Ling Xiao pull out the ice glass sword from the scabbard, he felt a sense of fear. No, impossible. The other party's cultivation is the same as mine. How can he make me feel such fear without even attacking? He was shocked, but in the end, he was a person with a firm will. He quickly calmed down. Facing Ling Xiao's gaze that was like a sharp blade, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Lose, double shadow sword technique. Ling Xiao pointed the ice glass sword at Shi Feiyu. Suddenly, his entire body pierced over at an extremely fast speed. Midway, he split into two people who looked exactly the same, both holding the ice glass sword in their hands, both looking indifferent. God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? How did Ling Xiao become two people? Double shadow sword technique. It's actually the double shadow sword technique. Didn't expect that in this world, there's still someone who can successfully cultivate the double shadow sword technique. Ling Xiaotian stood up, his expression virtually changing drastically. That day, when Ling Xiao was choosing martial arts in the library, he didn't inquire in detail. So he didn't know that Ling Xiao chose this at all. Today, seeing Ling Xiao successfully display the first level of the double shadow sword technique, he really regretted it a little. This was the true pillar. This was the successor that the Ling family should really nurture with great efforts. The one who thought completely different from him was Ling Yin. This boy's talent is too terrifying. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, Sun Ling Feiyu, will never have a day to rise up again. People who had such thoughts were actually not in the minority. Tianfeng City's city lord, Li family's patriarch, and Wang family's patriarch all had the intention to kill. After all, Tianfeng City's 4 great families couldn't be monopolized by one family. They saw Ling Zhao's terrifying potential in the future. They had to nip this bud in the bud. One person turned into 2 people. One real body, one clone. The clone had 70% of the real body's strength. This 70% included the 50% increase from the 5th level of the double shadow sword technique and the 10% increase from the demon ox art transformation. The other 10% came from the increase in sword intent. Chapter 103. Puqi, the attack of the doppelganger and the real body combined into one. Ling Zhao's attack increased by 70%. The aura condensed on the tip of the sword, and the sword pierced Shi Feiyu's shoulder. The defense of the iron armor divine art was like nothing in front of this sword. Not only that, when the sword pierced into the body, there was a terrifying chill that attacked the whole body. In that instant, Shi Feiyu couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, and his whole body was almost completely frozen. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao pulled out the sword, and then sheathed it. One move. He really only used one move. Scary. This Ling Xiao is really too scary. He looks much scarier than Ling Yihang. We've all underestimated this person. I reckon he's the true number 1 expert of the Ling family's younger generation. He shouldn't be Ling Chen's opponent. After all, that Ling Chen is already at the middle of the 6th level of the martial vein. His cultivation level is higher than Li Xinghui's, but Ling Xiao is only at the peak of the 5th level. That's true, but Ling Chen hasn't even made a move yet. Who knows how strong he is? Some people with high cultivation levels are actually not that strong. There are too many variables in actual combat. Ling Chen was also dumbfounded by what he saw. It's not that he didn't know Ghost Shadow Sword technique, but he always thought it was a trash sword technique. Who knew that someone would actually learn it? This Ling Xiao, he really can't let him continue to grow. Luckily, he only mastered the 1st level, or else he really wouldn't be able to deal with him. In Ling Chen's opinion, it's already very difficult to learn Ghost Shadow Sword technique. So he didn't consider the possibility that Ling Xiao had already mastered Ghost Shadow Sword technique to the 4th level. Ghost Shadow Sword technique has a total of 5 levels. Ling Xiao was only 1 step away from reaching the Great Perfection Realm. Once he reached the Great Perfection Realm, there would be new changes to the overlapping Shadow Sword art. It was just that no one had been able to practice it, and the records in the martial arts manual were not very clear. So no one knows. Ha ha ha. Good brother. I knew you could do it, but this move of yours is beautiful. I have never heard of it. Ling Yihang knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but when Ling Xiao really made a move, he felt that the Ling Xiao he predicted was still far from the real Ling Xiao. This guy was always able to give people unexpected surprises. It seemed that choosing to be friends with Ling Xiao instead of enemies was the right choice. Ling Yishua's beautiful eyes also lit up. The joy in her heart was even greater than when she had defeated Shi Feiyu and obtained 3rd place. Shi Feiyu was carried off the stage by the Shi family, while Ling Xiao sat on the 4th stage. What a good Ling family. Ling Yihang went down, and now Ling Xiao came up. It seems that Ling Xiaotian is really going to hold his head high after enduring all these years. That's right. The Ling clan has always been the target of ridicule in the past few years in the Sky Peak Grand Assembly. Now, they have 4 top disciples all of a sudden. Moreover, Ling Fifan is not here yet. With Ling Fifan, they are too powerful among the younger generation. In the Sky Peak City, every family had their own plans. Some felt that the rise of the Ling family was unstoppable, so they planned to befriend the Ling family. Some planned to cripple the genius disciples of the Ling family, so that the Ling family could not rise again. Since ancient times, the struggle for power between families had been so dirty and insidious. Look, someone is going to challenge Shi Yulian. As the daughter of the city lord and the #1 beauty in the Sky Peak City, Shi Yulian was rarely challenged. Firstly, no one wanted to offend the city lord. Secondly, many men did not want to hurt such a charming beauty. However, when the Sky Peak Grand Festival was coming to an end, there would always be people who could not hold back. The first to challenge Shi Yulian was Wang Zue. Wang Zue was very sullen today. As the third place of the 4 young masters last year, he actually only got the 8th place. How could he endure this? After looking around, he still decided to challenge Shi Yulian. Because Shi Yulian had not fought before, he did not know her depth. As for the rest of the people in front of him, he did not have the confidence to win. However, this time, Wang Zue suffered a tragedy again. Under Shi Yulian's hands, he only lasted 20 moves before being defeated. Others might think that Shi Yulian was inferior to him and Ling Yihang. However, Ling Xiao could see that Shi Yulian was going easy on Wang Zue. This woman knew how to conduct herself. If she defeated Wang Zue in 1 move, then she would really offend the Wang family. That was why she persisted until the 20th move. Everything was within her calculations. This woman is very scary. Not only is she strong, but she is also good at scheming. I must be careful when I encounter her in the future. Ling Xiao secretly reminded himself. At the same time, he also reminded Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue. In fact, Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue had long wanted to challenge Shi Yulian. After all, she was the 5th place. At the beginning, everyone did not want to directly face the 4 young masters. It was Ling Xiao who reminded them not to challenge Shi Yulian. However, this time, Shi Yulian defeated Wang Zue in 20 moves. Ling Yihang forgot Ling Xiao's words and felt that he might be able to win. So, he also went to challenge Shi Yulian. In the end, Shi Yulian defeated him in 21 moves. Sure enough, she calculated it. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. This Shi Yulian was really confident. Facing Ling Yihang's overbearing saber technique, she was still able to divide her attention to calculate the moves. Scary. He hoped that she would not challenge senior sister Yixue. Otherwise, with senior sister Yixue's current strength, she was still not her opponent. After all, Ling Yixue had only learned the top-level martial arts for a short time. If Ling Yixue was given another year, she would definitely be stronger than Shi Yulian. What he worried about came true. Shi Yulian looked at Ling Yixue with a chuckle and said, "You are the only girl in the top 4. Then let's compare notes." Sure, Ling Yixue would not avoid the battle. Although she believed in Ling Xiao's words, even if she knew that she would lose, she would still fight to not lose. Moreover, something special had happened to her body recently. Perhaps even Ling Xiao did not calculate this point. Maybe she could win. The battle between the 2 beauties naturally caused countless people to cheer and jump for joy. The battle between the 2 was still considered normal at the beginning. Both sides went back and forth. After 20 moves, Shi Yulian suddenly changed her moves. It seemed like she was ready to end the battle. In Ling Xiao's body, the mountain river martial spirit's energy flowed. In his eyes, Shi Yulian's movements were slowed down. Profound of the transcendent martial arts remnant. There was no mistake. After 20 moves, Shi Yulian's attacks were obviously infused with a special profound. This profound was not a transcendent martial arts, but it had some of the effects of a transcendent martial arts. Shi Yulian's transcendent martial arts remnant seemed to be able to instantly increase her attack speed. Previously, Ling Yihang was defeated by this thing. However, Ling Yixue's strength was already stronger than Ling Yihang's. When they were sparring at the Ling family, Ling Xiao noticed that Ling Yixue's situation was a little special. His mountain river martial spirit could sense it. Ling Yixue should not be a human. She was most likely from the soul race. In the 10,000 ancient races, unless a human awakened a martial spirit, their aptitude for cultivating martial arts would always be the worst. If Ling Yixue was really from the soul race, then it was understandable that her strength increased so quickly. 22 moves. As expected, she did not win. Ling Xiao nodded. He was suddenly interested in this battle. Perhaps Ling Yixue could really win. Chapter 104. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't think highly of Ling Yixue. If Ling Yixue didn't awaken anything special, then she would definitely lose this battle. It was purely a matter of time. Of course, he hoped that Ling Yixue would win, but this wasn't something he could decide. After 100 moves, Ling Yixue lost. The difference in cultivation level was a bit big, and she hadn't awakened some of the Spirita's specialties, so losing was very normal. However, to be able to exchange 100 moves with Shi Yulian in cultivation level was enough for her to be proud. This was probably the terrifying aspect of the Spiritas. Now that it was like this, who knew what Ling Yixue would do in the future when she truly awakened the Spirita's specialties? It really made one look forward to it. After Shi Yulian won the challenge, she didn't stop. Instead, she looked at Ling Chen and said, "Ling Chen, do you dare to accept Yulian's challenge?" Ling Chen smiled and shook his head. "You're not my match, but since you want to challenge me, I can't be afraid. However, if I win now, I'm afraid there will be people who won't accept it. How about we fight again in an hour?" If he wanted to win, he wanted to win in a grand manner. He wanted to suppress Ling Zhao's prestige. If he lost now, it would be too embarrassing. After all, anyone with eyes could see that Shi Yulian and Ling Yixue had expended a lot of energy in the battle. If he won, others would also say that he had an unfair advantage. He wasn't stupid. All right. Shi Yulian didn't say anything else. She stuffed a pill into her mouth and then sat cross-legged on the third arena to recuperate. Ling Chen didn't sit down. He wanted to warm up before fighting Shi Yulian. As long as the opponent wasn't too strong, he believed that it would be easy. Ling Xiao naturally also believed this. In terms of strength, Ling Chen was probably not much weaker than Li Xinghui. He didn't like this person, mainly because of his character. He clearly didn't offend this guy, but this guy came back to show off his strength. Otherwise, why would he be unhappy with Ling Chen? Come, Ling Chen, am standing right here. Shi family, Wang family, Li family, don't tell me there's no man who dares to fight me? Ling Chen's aura was very strong, and he also wanted to use this opportunity to show off. Thus, when he shouted, he didn't suppress his aura at all. Mid-6th level of the martial vein. This was the highest level of youth under 20 in Tianfeng City. "I'll fight you." The first one to be picked out was actually Shiryu, who had fought with Ling Xiao before. Shiryu's stormy wave fist was very powerful. If he had the time to completely release the stormy wave fist, its power would be very terrifying. "Shiryu, be careful. He's not easy to deal with." "Sister, don't worry. I know I'm not his opponent, but I'm a good man. Since he's already challenged me, I can't not come out." Shiryu jumped onto the second stage and stood facing Ling Chen. "Your courage is commendable. I just don't know how many moves you can take from me." When Ling Chen saw Shiryu, he frowned. He had seen the battle between Shiryu and Ling Xiao, and he didn't dare to take Shiryu's attack head-on. Fortunately, his cultivation base was high, and his energy was abundant. He had many ways to deal with Shiryu. It was just that he couldn't defeat Shiryu in one move like Ling Xiao did, so he was somewhat unhappy. We'll know after we fight. Shiryu's attack didn't have anything fancy. He only knew Stormy Wave Fist, so he used Stormy Wave Fist right from the start. Ling Chen frowned slightly and took a step back. However, he didn't run away, but retreated in order to advance. He also made a fist gesture, and then rushed forward to fight with Shiryu. Stormy Wave Fist. What's going on? How does Ling Chen know our Shi family's Stormy Wave Fist? The Tianfeng City's mayor's expression changed drastically, and he stood up and roared. Mayor, please calm down. That Ling Chen seems to have learned a secret technique that can imitate his opponent's martial arts. A respectable elder from the Shi family pulled the Tianfeng City's mayor and shook his head. Secret technique? Yes, it's a bit like the profound of the transcendent martial arts that our Jade Lotus uses. That elder explained. The Tianfeng City's mayor's eyesight wasn't weak. Just now, he was too excited to see the secret technique of his family. Now that he took a look, he realized that it was indeed so. However, this profound of the transcendent martial arts was terrifying. In Ling Chen's hands, it was like a fish in water. Originally, Ling Chen's cultivation level was higher than Shiryu's. Now that he used the same martial arts, the power of his martial arts was also stronger than Shiryu's. This way, the result was self-evident. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous collisions exploded between the two. Finally, after 10 moves, Shiryu vomited blood and knelt on the ground. Ling Chen was like a god, insufferably arrogant. Isn't Ling Chen invincible? Yes, he can imitate his opponent's martial arts. Moreover, his cultivation level is higher than his opponent's. Therefore, the martial arts he imitates will be stronger than his opponent's. This is completely invincible. No wonder he's so confident in defeating Li Xinghui. It really is possible. It's not just possible, it's very possible. This is simply cheating. Once Ling Chen made his move, countless people were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to say how strong this transcendent martial arts profound of the transcendent martial arts profound was. But at least in a situation where his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, he could be considered invincible. Originally, Wang Zizui and Shi Feiyu wanted to challenge Ling Chen, but now they gave up on this idea. They had already lost in a row, so they didn't want to embarrass themselves. The most important thing was, knowing that they couldn't win, they still wanted to fight. This was a bit too stupid. Who else dares to fight me? Ling Chen looked down on everyone, completely insufferably arrogant. I don't believe this. Finally, on the stage, the 9th-ranked Li family disciple stood up. He was the Li family's young master, second only to Li Xinghui. However, in his heart, he knew the gap between him and the 4 princes. But Ling Chen's appearance made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Your strength is not bad, slightly stronger than that Shiryu. Unfortunately, defeating you still won't take more than 10 moves. Ling Chen stood there with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't put his opponent in his eyes. Then let's try. The two sides began to fight. As expected, Ling Chen once again imitated his opponent's ultimate move. In the end, he also defeated him in 10 moves, looking completely at ease. Oomph! In the Li family's young generation, other than Li Xinghui, there really is no one else. Ling Chen kicked the Li family disciple off the stage. His face was full of disdain, as if he was already invincible. Let me do it. Shi Yulian slowly stood up. She knew that this Ling Chen's strength was too strong. Here, other than her and Li Xinghui, no one else could pressure Ling Chen. Ling Xiao. Maybe he could, but with the strength he had displayed so far, it was still not enough. It wasn't that Shi Yulian looked down on Ling Xiao, but the key was that Ling Xiao had held back too much of his strength. So based on this, she judged that Ling Xiao wasn't a match for Ling Chen. "You've recovered?" Ling Chen asked with a smile. "I've recovered." After speaking, Shi Yulian's body floated onto the second stage like a willow catkin. She was wearing a red dress, and her feet were bare. She looked so charming and bewitching. Tianfeng City's #1 beauty challenging the Ling family's #1 expert of the younger generation. There's going to be a good show. At this time, most people had already brought Ling Chen's position forward. Chapter 105. Yeah, not only is Miss Yulian beautiful, she's also strong. She defeated Wang Zue and Ling Yixue consecutively. If she can defeat Ling Chen, then she'll really make people happy. Ha ha ha, don't be so happy. She's the daughter of Tianfeng City's city lord and the #1 beauty. You can't even enter the top 4. What right do you have to be attached to her? Can't I just think about it? Sure. This is called a toad wanting to eat swan meat. While the two of them were talking, the battle had already begun. The martial arts that Shi Yulian cultivated were obviously more gentle and fast. In addition, she was indeed good at scheming. Even if Ling Chen was stronger than this woman, it would not be easy for him to win. Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a basic judgment of this battle. At the beginning of the battle, Ling Chen would definitely be at a disadvantage. But as long as he did not lose, Shi Yulian would not be able to take it after a long time. Therefore, the first 20 moves were very important. When the battle began, it indeed developed in the direction he had predicted. Ling Chen tried to imitate Shi Yulian's martial arts, but he was unable to succeed. Instead, he fell into a passive position and almost lost several times. Fortunately, he was strong enough and his reaction was fast enough. He was able to resolve the crisis and avoid an embarrassing defeat. Senior Sister Yi Shui, you just fought with Shi Yulian. Do you understand her characteristics? At this moment, Ling Yixue was on the 5th arena. This was originally Shi Yulian's arena. Now that she had occupied it, no one said anything. Ling Xiao was on the 4th arena. The two of them were very close to each other, and it was not a problem for them to talk. She's very difficult to deal with. No matter what you do, she seems to have a plan to deal with it. This woman's strongest point is not her strength, but her brain. Ling Yixue replied, "Yeah, the art of battle is not just brute force. Only by combining wisdom and strength can one become stronger." Ling Xiao nodded his head, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was giving pointers to Ling Yixue. Shi Yulian was very strong and very smart, but after all, she was only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. And Ling Chen was at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. Not everyone was capable of challenging someone above their level, not to mention that this wasn't even a challenge above their level. After 20 moves, Shi Yulian was clearly at a disadvantage, while Ling Chen became more and more courageous. Ling Chen wasn't stupid, and his intelligence in battle wasn't inferior to Shi Yulian's. Otherwise, he would have died outside during those 4 years. People who had been through life and death situations were indeed different. After 40 moves, Ling Chen had completely suppressed Shi Yulian. Not only did he know how to imitate, but he also knew 2 incomplete, extraordinary martial arts. One was imitation. The other one was even more terrifying. The profound meaning was suppression. As long as the opponent's cultivation level was lower than his, then the longer the battle dragged on, the faster the opponent's aura would weaken. This was reflected in all aspects. Stormy Wave Fist. Finally, at the 60th move, Ling Chen used a move that he copied from Shi Yu, punching Ling Yixue out of the arena. Ling Yixue floated down from the sky. Although her hair was a little messy, the way she landed was still very elegant. No wonder she was Tianfeng City's #1 beauty. Even if she lost so beautifully. You really are the #1 person in the Ling family's younger generation. Yulian is not your match. I admit defeat. Sure, Yulian took a deep breath, stabilized her emotions, and bowed towards Ling Chen. There was no helping it. The difference in cultivation level was too big, and it wasn't something that could be made up for with skill and intelligence. Not to mention that the opponent's skill and intelligence weren't bad either. Ling Chen. Ling Chen. Ling Chen's popularity skyrocketed after defeating Shi Yulian. Especially on the Ling family's side, many disciples were shouting his name. After all, in comparison, Ling Xiao could only be considered an outsider, while Ling Chen was a member of the Ling family. When they saw how strong Ling Xiao was, what they felt wasn't happiness, but jealousy and displeasure. When they saw how strong Ling Chen was, they cheered. If the Ling family couldn't solve this integration problem, then in the future the Ling family's disciples and outsiders would definitely become a hidden danger to the Ling family. Ling Chen was very pleased. His gaze swept around, stopping on Ling Zhao's face for a moment, revealing a bit of disdain. Then his gaze quickly turned towards Li Xinghui. Shi Yulian was the arena master of the 3rd arena, and he was the arena master of the 2nd arena. If he wanted to challenge, he would naturally choose to challenge Li Xinghui. Li Xinghui, do you dare to fight with me? Senior brother Xinghui, teach this arrogant guy a lesson. That's right, Li Xinghui. Don't let this kid be too complacent. Defeat him. Ling Chen's previous actions had caused a lot of people to be unhappy, especially the Shi family, Wang family, and Li family people. They were all very unhappy. Li Xinghui slowly stood up, looked at Ling Chen, and slowly released his aura. That pressure was pressing towards Ling Chen bit by bit. In Tianfeng City, you're not the only one who broke through to the 6th level of the martial vein. Li Xinghui looked at Ling Chen, his battle intent very strong. Ha ha ha, so senior brother Xinghui has been hiding his strength all along. He should have learned some secret method to hide his cultivation level. This time it's going to be interesting. I didn't expect you to also be at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. No wonder you're still so calm in the face of my challenge. But it doesn't matter, you're still not my match. Ling Chen still had his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving off the feeling of an otherworldly expert. 3 moves, Li Xinghui suddenly said. 3 moves? What did that mean? Could it be that he wanted to defeat Ling Chen in 3 moves? That's not possible, right? Hearing Li Xinghui's words, the audience immediately boiled over. The Ling family disciples were all a little indignant, thinking that this Li Xinghui was a little too arrogant. However, the disciples of the other families, some were jeering and some were shouting. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them, as long as Li Xinghui could defeat Ling Chen. Junior brother, do you think Li Xinghui's words can be taken seriously? Ling Yixue asked Ling Xiao. Since he dares to say that after seeing Ling Chen's battle, I don't think he's bragging. Ling Xiao had always felt that Li Xinghui was very strong. This kind of strength was definitely not just in terms of cultivation level. This guy should have also had some fortuitous encounter. Ling Chen might be very powerful, but when facing Li Xinghui, he was really a little lacking. It could be said that Li Xinghui was more like a middle-stage 6th-grade monster beast, while Ling Chen was at most a middle-stage 6th-grade martial artist. Generally speaking, martial artists of the same level were unable to defeat monsters of the same level, not to mention a monster beast with human intelligence. Now that you mention it, I remember that before Li Xinghui was 6 years old, he was fed by a monster beast in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Shi Yulian, who was on the 3rd stage, suddenly said, "No wonder. Ling Xiao had always felt that it was strange in his heart. This Li Xinghui was like a dormant monster beast, so there was actually such a secret. Ling Chen challenged Li Xinghui. This caused the Tianfeng Grand Festival to enter its final climax. Everyone thought that this battle would be the top battle of the Tianfeng Grand Festival, and after it ended, the Tianfeng Grand Festival would also come to an end, and who was first and who was second would soon be known. Defeat me in 3 moves? Ha ha ha, you really boast shamelessly. I really want to see how you'll defeat me in 3 moves. Chapter 106. Chen, you've just fought with Shi Yulian. You've used up a lot of energy. Why don't you rest for an hour? Ling Xiaotian stood up and reminded him. This was a battle of the pinnacle. He couldn't afford to lose. If he could get first place, then the Ling family would truly be able to suppress the other families. Although Ling Chen was arrogant, he still understood this principle. I don't mind. You can rest as much as you want. Not to mention an hour. I can even rest for a whole day. After all, I only need 3 moves to defeat you. Li Xinghui had a completely indifferent attitude. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that Li Xinghui and Ling Chen were exactly the same. Both of them were condescending and arrogant, completely superior to others. Humph! Ling Chen snorted coldly. Without saying anything, he sat down cross-legged to rest. Ling Xiao, go and challenge Li Xinghui. Test Li Xinghui's strength for Ling Chen. Ling Xiao sat down. However, Ling Yin stood up and ordered Ling Xiao as the Grand Elder. You want me to scout for Ling Chen? A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Although you're the Grand Elder, and I'm still a disciple of the Ling family, do you think I'm stupid? Even if I lose the challenge, I won't lose anything. I'll just play around. Yes, Grand Elder. Thinking of this, he stood up and jumped onto the first arena. Li Xinghui, what's your relationship with Li Xingyun? Ling Xiao stood there and suddenly asked, Xingyun is my younger brother. Oh, I understand. A murderous look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Because Li Xingyun had killed the people closest to him in this world, he didn't have a good impression of anyone from the Li family. Moreover, Li Xinghui had been investigating the cause of Li Xingyun's death. One day, he would find out about it. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to strike first. However, the arena wasn't a good place to strike. If he killed Li Xinghui in front of so many people, he would be targeted by the Li family. Therefore, he decided to stick to his original plan. He would first exchange a few moves and then pretend to lose. After the battle between Ling Chen and Li Xinghui, he would be able to see the true strength of these 2 people. At that time, whether he challenged Ling Chen or Li Xinghui, he would be more confident. After all, he wasn't a god. He was only a beginner of the 6th level martial vein, although he relied on the mountain river martial spirit and was much more powerful than the average young martial artist. He could not be careless and underestimate his opponent. What a pity! Li Xingyun and I met in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range back then. It could be considered fate, although there was some misunderstanding between us. It is truly a pity that he died so mysteriously. Ling Xiao looked at Li Xinghui and sighed. My Ling family's Grand Elder has ordered me to challenge you. Since that's the case, I can only challenge you. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and clenched his fists. Then he turned into 2 balls of meteor fire and crashed towards Li Xinghui. His cultivation was still at the peak of the 5th level martial vein. He didn't use the snow lotus chi technique, but the crimson sun art. Li Xinghui sat there. He didn't even have the interest to stand up. He was even reading a book. Ling Xiao hadn't experienced his strength yet, but this guy's pretentious skills were definitely the best in Tianfeng City. Interesting. Ling Xiao snickered to himself. If he hadn't deliberately faked his defeat, this punch would have definitely made this pretentious Li Xinghui suffer greatly. He held back his strength in the middle of the attack. He only used the meteor fist to the greater mastery stage. The Crimson Sun art was also only used to the greater mastery stage. Bang! His fists were wrapped in flames and smashed towards Li Xinghui's head. This power was not weak in the eyes of others, but Li Xinghui didn't even look at it. He gently stretched out his left hand. That hand quickly turned into a claw, looking like the claws of a wild beast. In that instant, Ling Xiao clearly felt the aura of a beast on Li Xinghui. Slash! The seemingly ordinary claw just happened to grab the weakest part of Ling Xiao's fists, tearing apart Ling Xiao's sleeves. It even left a shallow mark on Ling Xiao's arm that was protected by the 9 transformation golden body technique. Oh my God, so strong. Ling Xiao took advantage of the momentum and flew out. After that, he landed exactly on the 4th arena. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ling Xiao was faking his defeat. Ling Yin wasn't blind. Of course he could see it. Ling Xiao, you're really a disgrace to the Ling family. He cursed in anger. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the stage, smiled and said, "Grand Elder, why are you so angry? I followed your orders and challenged Li Xinghui, but he was too strong. I couldn't stop him." Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the surrounding people burst into laughter. They could see that Ling Xiao didn't have a good relationship with the Ling family's grand elder, Ling Yin. He was deliberately making things difficult for Ling Yin. I heard that Ling Fifan is Ling Yin's grandson. Ling Xiao defeated Ling Fifan. Ling Yin definitely won't be happy. He defeated Ling Fifan fair and square. This Ling Yin is really narrow-minded. How can he be the Ling family's grand elder? No wonder the Ling clan was so weak in the past. With such a person in charge, it would be strange if they weren't weak. Fortunately, Ling Xiaotian recruited disciples from outside. Otherwise, the Ling clan would probably be a joke in this Sky Peak Grand Meet. That's right. Okay, stop talking. Look, someone challenged Li Xinghui again. It's Shi Yulian. Shi Yulian was really brave. In fact, even if she failed, she would still benefit a lot from such a challenge. It was rare to have such an opportunity. It was no wonder that Shi Yulian improved so quickly in this 1 year. If a person didn't have other concerns and focused on improving, it would be too scary. When Shi Yulian went on the ring, Ling Xiao was also thinking about the fight with Li Xinghui. Don't think that he only made one move and faked his defeat. However, he could see a lot of things from that move alone. Li Xinghui seemed to underestimate his opponent, but in fact he didn't. Moreover, Li Xinghui's grab had really grabbed his weak spot. Although he could dodge it, others might not be able to do so. He guessed that Li Xinghui might have something special. Otherwise, a warrior in this realm wouldn't be able to do this. To be able to grab the opponent's weakness in an instant. In Ling Xiao's opinion, this was the most terrifying skill. Yulian knows that she can't win, but she still wants to exchange pointers with Prince Xinghui. I wonder if it's possible. At this moment, Shi Yulian was already standing in front of Li Xinghui. Sure, make your move. Li Xinghui slowly stood up and looked at Shi Yulian. Not sure if it was a misperception, but in that instant, Ling Xiao discovered that this guy's eyes actually had a kind of viper-like gaze. 8 trigrams flowing body palm. Shi Yulian's expression became serious. She then unleashed a small entry-level peak palm technique. This set of palm technique was actually a martial art that combined movement technique and martial technique. Furthermore, they were all very exquisite. When unleashed, the body was soft and boneless, able to twist the body agilely like a snake. There was nothing to doubt about Shi Yulian's strength. She defeated Wang Zue and Ling Yixue consecutively. Furthermore, she fought well under Ling Chen's hands, not cutting a sorry figure at all. In fact, she even forced Ling Chen to almost lose in the first 20 moves. It was just because of the difference in realm. She was ultimately slightly inferior. Chapter 107. Fierce Tiger Claw. Li Xinghui's fighting style was indeed related to wild beasts. This move of his was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on Shi Yulian. That claw was wrapped in Gang Qi and had the power to destroy everything in its path. Whoosh! This claw was extremely accurate. Even though Shi Yulian's movement technique was outstanding and her speed was fast, Li Xinghui's claw still managed to grab her arm. Her clothes were instantly torn apart. Shi Yulian's arms trembled slightly and traces of blood appeared on her arms. Fortunately, she dodged quickly and used the profound meaning of the transcendent martial technique to increase her speed. She managed to dodge Li Xinghui's terrifying attack. Otherwise, she would have been defeated by this move, and her arms would have been torn apart. This Li Xinghui doesn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. That's right. This is the most terrifying thing about him. It seems like nothing can move him. Therefore, he is always very focused on fighting and practicing martial arts. His fierce tiger claw should only be a high-level martial art. But why is it different when he uses this martial art? That's right. It seems like there's something more. Beast nature. That's right. This is it. Other people's fierce tiger claw only has the form. His fierce tiger claw has both form and spirit. No wonder its power is so terrifying. This was the first time for many people to see Li Xinghui in action. Therefore, they were naturally surprised. Even the disciples of the Li family would only see Li Xinghui using their family's sword techniques. They would rarely use such a move. Looks like this martial technique, brimming with bestial nature, was Li Xinghui's forte. Again, although Shi Yulian's hands were still trembling slightly, her eyes were filled with excitement. This kind of battle really benefited her a lot. As for the injury on her arm, she didn't care at all. When she pounced again, her speed was even faster and her movement technique was even more strange. Obviously, she didn't dare to hold back, because she knew that if she held back even a little bit, she would look like a clown in front of Li Xinghui. She would lose miserably. She didn't want to win now. She only wanted to hold on for a few more moves. This way, she could at least comprehend more things. However, she thought so. Li Xinghui didn't want to waste any more time. Even though from the beginning to the end, Li Xinghui did not change his moves and only used the fierce tiger claw. Furthermore, he did not move from his original position. But every time he attacked, he was able to accurately grasp Shi Yulian's weakness. Shi Yulian felt the huge gap between them. Fighting with Li Xinghui was simply like fighting with 100 martial artists of the same level. Not only was it tiring, but it was also full of danger. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could not be allowed. But even so, she was still defeated by the third move. Li Xinghui's merciless claw tore apart the clothes on Shi Yulian's back. What was left on Shi Yulian's body was a deep claw mark. Ah! Shi Yulian screamed and almost fainted on the spot. She struggled up to the third arena, but her face was extremely pale. She hurriedly swallowed a healing pill and closed her eyes to recuperate. This Li Xinghui is too scary. He is simply a human-shaped demonic beast. Yes, he actually used the fierce tiger claw to defeat Shi Yulian. Although it's very unpleasant, but I have to admit it, his fierce tiger claw not only has both form and spirit, but also has a lot of changes. The key is that every attack can grasp the opponent's weakness. This is too scary. Any martial artist with a little bit of eyesight could see what was the scariest thing about Li Xinghui. It was not his realm. It was also not his martial technique. It was his terrifying eyesight. On the first arena, Li Xinghui only glanced at Shi Yulian indifferently. Then he retracted his gaze and sat back down. Defeating Shi Yulian seemed to have no loss to him at all. It was just like waving away a fly. Shi Yulian was defeated, and so miserably. The Shi family was definitely unhappy. First, Shi Yu went up to challenge. The result was still 3 moves. Shi, you lost miserably. There were also 5 claw marks on her body. After that, Shi Feiyu went up to challenge. As one of the 4 young masters last year, Shi Feiyu could not withstand more than 3 moves when facing Li Xinghui. His iron cloak divine art was like paper in front of Li Xinghui's claws. It was too horrible to look at. Of course, since he was defeated, Shi Feiyu's body was also left with Li Xinghui's claw marks. The most terrifying thing was that from the beginning to the end, Li Xinghui did not have any changes in his moves. He had always been using the fierce tiger claw. Facing the opponent's top-grade martial technique, this high-grade martial technique actually displayed an unimaginable power. Transformative stage. No, it was not as simple as the transformative stage. Ling Xiao shook his head. Li Xinghui's high-grade martial technique gave him a feeling that it was even more terrifying than the greater success stage of the entry-level top-grade martial technique. This was simply illogical. Even a high-grade martial technique of the transformative stage would definitely not be able to reach this point. There was indeed something fishy. Just as Ling Xiao was analyzing Li Xinghui, he suddenly discovered that a few scarlet-red dots had actually appeared on the mountain river diagram. These few red dots were all gathered together at the Tianfeng Grand Assembly. But according to the standards of the mountain river diagram, these few red dots were actually stronger than Ling Xiaotian. Among the experts of Tianfeng City present, there was actually no one who could compare to these few red dots. He turned his head and looked over. Only then did he realize that these people were mixed in with a small family clan. They all looked to be around 20 years old. It could be said that they were very young, but their strength was a little too terrifying. Who were they? Did someone discover us? Ling Xiao was observing these people, and these people suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. How is that possible? That kid is only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein realm. How could he see that we are different? He just happened to look over here. After this person finished speaking, he saw that Ling Xiao had indeed retracted his gaze and looked to the other side. Look, I was right, wasn't I? That kid is far inferior to that Li Xinghui. It's said that Li Xinghui was raised by a demonic beast, but I don't think that's the case. He might have demonic beast blood flowing in his body. Yeah, I didn't expect to see such a talented young man in this small Tianfeng city. Even in the entire Baiyun province, this Li Xinghui can be considered one of the top 100 geniuses. No, you guys can't tell it all. This person should have awakened 10% of his martial spirit, and it should be a beast martial spirit. As for what kind of animal it is, I don't know. Another voice sounded. How could that be? Although only after awakening 100% can one be considered to have a true martial spirit, which is extremely rare in this world. Being able to awaken a broken martial spirit by 10% is already very terrifying. If that's the case, it's possible for him to be ranked in the top 20 of the Baiyun province. No one heard the conversation between these people. There were so many experts present at the Tianfeng Grand Assembly, but not a single one of them noticed anything strange about these people. Ling Xiao didn't hear their conversation, but he saw it through the mountain river martial spirit. He already knew what the other party was trying to say. Broken martial spirit, awakened to 10%. No wonder he always felt that Li Xinghui was special. Now he understood. The way he looked at Li Xinghui was a little special. After all, in this world, other than him, Li Xinghui was the first cultivator he had seen with a broken martial spirit.